Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the Shield. A star-forged aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams have grown more troubled, the sight of her future grown more dim, but whose skill in battle, wisdom in counsel, and love for her sister and the Citadel has grown even stronger. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory, with knowledge of what he did for the last war, and what he can or must do for the next one. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, even as the threats they face grow stronger and stranger, and even if she herself can't know where the next path might lead. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. Now he's gone all in to save his friends. But will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, and started to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the nation of Thrain. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief somehow tied into the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Erulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to take down the repurposed Conclave outpost, repel a war-forged invasion, and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress, Razorcrag. They found an elemental forge of great power and rescued both hostages from Salvation and the maker of the Oracle of War himself. But the cost, and Braelish soldiers and the mighty floating fortress Argoth, taken by the Lord of Blades himself, was high. Now the King's Citadel must widen their world, traveling to the neighboring countries of Karnath, Thrain, and beyond. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, and neutralized Razorcrag. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, unmask the Emerald Claw, and stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world beyond Salvation. Yes, indeed, and those crackling of flames remind us that it is time for some Eberron. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome all to a Saturday night stream. It is, oh my God, it is Trendane with the Tier 1 sub. 65 months of support. That is crazy go nuts talk. 5 years of support, plus 5 months. That is really awesome. Thank you so much, Trent. I appreciate it. And welcome, everybody, to day 56 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. This is part 2 of the waiting game, which is the middle of season 4 of Drums of War in the Oracle of War campaign. I hope everyone is doing well and is looking forward as much as I am to this session tonight in getting us set up for what is going to be an epic ArvCon to come. Before we get there, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to follow the channel. Check out our YouTube at !ArvTube, and if you are watching over on the YouTube channel, welcome, and please consider spreading the word and letting people know and subscribing to us over there. Subscriptions are again up to a they're holding steady at a record number, so the more subscribers we get, the better. We have had some shorts that I've recently released over there, thanks to the amazing live suing, which are doing quite well, and so very excited about that. You can expect to see more shorts over there as well as these long videos that will continue to go up there. So yeah, so definitely check out the YouTube channel. Discord is !ArvCord. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter, !ArvTweets. Blue Sky, !ArvSky. Website, arvanelloron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff, including stuff for the Infinity and Beyond crew. !Arv is the Patreon, which is really the financial backbone of the channel. You can get all kinds of cool things, including epic poems written for you, character backgrounds written for you, etc. All kinds of neat stuff that you can get over at the Patreon. Plus, it moves us towards various channel goals, so please support us there. And by doing what Trent just did, subscribing to the channel, where you can get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. And you can also have those inspirations available to help our players as well. And you're definitely going to need that, because not only do we have tonight going on, but we've also got, of course, Ghosts of Saltmarsh coming up Tuesday over on GOGcom's Twitch channel. And then next weekend, we are less than a week away now from the beginning of ArvCon 2024, which is going to have all kinds of tabletop stuff. So you will definitely want to be around and ready to go with those inspirations for that. Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Greyshade is my Greyshade IP, the first two books of the Grey Assassin trilogy, Greyshade and Renegade, award-winning and critically acclaimed. You can get those right there at that link. You can also get the audiobook of Greyshade done by our very own Trent Sparks, who you'll be hearing more from in just a moment. And you can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, being designed by the amazing Rising Tides, also known as Brandon O'Brien, and released by Alligator Alley Entertainment. That will be out at the end of the year, and you'll hear more from Brandon in a moment as well. Hey, what's up, Latent Passion? And then, of course, you will have a chance to pre-order the final book in the Grey Assassin trilogy, Heretic, which will be coming out in July of this year, edited by the amazing Emily Bell and released by the incredible Athos Arts. Both Athos Arts and Alligator Alley, by the way, are sponsors of ArvCon 2024. So you can get those things at that Greyshade link. If you haven't already done so, please as well support our various causes here. BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we will do so for others in that situation in the future. Now, quick note about schedule. Tonight we have got Eberron Oracle of War. On Tuesday, we'll be here with more of the Fighting Fantasy Gamebook illustration stream stuff. That's going to be happening with the amazing Tari Tunes. That's Tuesday. Then at 4:15 p.m. Eastern, I'll be over on GOGcom's Twitch channel with more Ghosts of Saltmarsh. And then on Thursday, we will have some more Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which will set us up nicely for what is going to be... Oh, and also on Wednesday, I believe we... No, I don't actually... I don't remember now if we have... Hold on a second. Let me check if we have... one second. Do we have Community D&D on Wednesday? We do not have it on this Wednesday. That's right. So then Thursday will be the next time before ArvCon, where ArvCon will get underway. I've already talked about the schedule for that, so I won't go through that now, except to say that it is going to be absolutely amazing. You will not want to miss it. Thank you for all those who have spread the word, who have given lots of information about this and have let people know about it. Please make sure that you mark your calendars for that. And if you are able to donate, please do so. Please spread the word and let people know about it. Giveaways, music, tabletop role-playing games, major announcement regarding the D&D with GOG crew, the Talisman Adventures finale for that crew, and the premiere of a new Dune campaign, GM by Johnny Pittman, in addition to the game with the Damon Running Cancer Research Foundation scientists, plus Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, plus a new Star Wars tabletop one-shot with the scientists, plus, as I say, musical guests, plus this crew that I'm about to introduce, marathon session. It's going to be amazing. So please please make sure you keep yourself ready for that. And now that we have done that, I am going to unmute myself and apologize unreservedly to anyone that I may have accidentally interrupted because I couldn't hear them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal the crew, which just 1 week from this evening, actually, 1 day and 1 week, let's put it that way, from this evening, we'll be doing a marathon session, 8 full hours of epic gameplay to raise money for Damon Runyon and also save Corvair. I mean, there's also that. They have to,
Wait,
that's
we have to save Corvair as well?
What's what we're leading to, man? What do you think? Level 28,
we were shopping for 8 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
What if we only focus on one of those 2 goals at a time?
Well, that's fine. When in game, Corvair, out of game, cancer research. Corvair, cancer research. Corvair, cancer research. It'll be great. But they are actually very excited for it. So am I. It's always a great honor to be able to do this with the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew, which has been anchoring ArvCon for many, many years now. And this, of course, is our 10th annual ArvCon. We have raised over $30,000 for the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation, and our goal is $5,000 this year. And of course, as we all know, one of the most important aspects of this is which group actually raises the most money. That is the thing that creates the bragging rights, and that's what matters the most. I mean, forget about actually bringing the community together and saving lives. It's about who actually made the monies. That's what I'm joking. That's not
He's
true.
not.
We're not.
Keep your money for our stream, people.
Yeah, exactly. He's not kidding.
Right.
Anyway,
you guys don't know who the A game is here. Let's be honest.
Right. This is the thing. Everyone talks about the A team, and that's the problem though. That A team line from Rob got around, and then all the other crew was like, "Really? How about this?" Like the scientists raised the most money one year. One year it was Expedition that did.
Great.
Yeah, that was great. That was really great. The musicians have put in a good showing of late. Community D&D is going to be with us this time, so they're going to be putting it. So it's going to be, and we have the new Dune game, which is the premiere of our new Dune game on Monday of that thing. So who knows? Maybe that's a hell of a crew. I mean, there's a certain person here whose name might rhyme with Blandon O'Brien, who may or may not be involved with that group. So that may be right. Exactly. That's could be it.
No, that's a terrible rhyme.
Anyway, Blandon O'Brien Blarks. Glenn Blaine Blarks doesn't work.
Right,
But anyway, but this crew is ready to go, and I'm going to start with the gentleman at the bottom left of the ziggurat as always. Good to see you, Tren. I will ask you about how you feel about ArvCon when we get there, but sort of, I guess my question for you would be sort of leading up to this, since we had a almost marathon session last time, does this feel like the, what do they call this, the bottle episode, right, where you put this in the middle of like mega storyline and mega storyline? Do you think it's going to be like that? What's your prediction for what happens after the crash, literally, in the game?
Bottle episode?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard that term.
Yep.
You haven't?
I think
I know, right?
I haven't. I think that you're just making that up. But you're all authors, of course. That's what you do. Anyway, so this increasingly hypothetical Blandon O'Brien
increasingly hypothetical, yeah.
Right. Are they the one who becomes the Cuisinart's habitat?
Cuisinart's habitat?
Cuisinart's habitat?
Yes,
what the hell are you talking about?
Or Cuisats.
Oh, okay.
There!
I was so confused. I was like,
really
what are you talking about? Oh my God. I was like, Cuisinart.
All right. Who
yes.
will not be doing the Dune audiobook is Trent Sparks, obviously.
Yay!
Quizats Hatterach.
I'm like, I haven't read it in so long that I can't even
Cuisinart
remember that last word is spelled.
Yeah. The spice must flow.
I was still.
Oh God.
The Spice Girls. Anyway,
the Spice Girls.
I was in the Army the first time I said that, and my one of my medic buddies was a huge Dune fan. He probably still is. And I was like, so this is where the Cuisinart's habitat guy comes from, right? and he's like, and he just locked him with this laser, just daggers, and I was like, bad joke? Is that? He's like, oh, you're joking. I'm like, yes. Yes,
Maybe.
This feels like this happens to you, Trent, on a slightly more than average basis for the average person, I feel, right? Like, you know, where people are like, wait, are you joking? Oh, you are joking. Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes the jokes land,
sometimes they don't.
Yeah, I guess so. We'll talk about the marathon thing.
Yeah.
In 100 days or whatever the time scale was. That the Feywild is weird. So
8, but you know,
Same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, 8. Okay, days. I'm like 8 Feywild. Okay, never
8
mind.
Feywilds. Yeah.
Rein it in, Trent. I'm somewhat the fact that I have the acoustic plug for my window open so that my room is not 700 degrees Celsius.
Yeah. And do I hear birds twittering as well? Like it sounds like there were birds that I heard twittering from your area too.
Always.
Okay. Just to be clear. Okay.
And they're supposed to be asleep. In truth, there's only one that does that. He wakes up at midnight, or she, I'm not going to presume gender, wakes up at midnight and then just sings this incredibly long. It's like you've seen the video of the starling that just has that incredibly long. It's like that, but a mockingbird, and we're apparently in the center of its territory, so it just goes to like every corner of the house and just does this from like midnight to 5. And so
what it's actually saying is, you are in my territory, let me sing it, and then like just says that at every corner.
I mean,
like,
it sounds like that's really a you problem, Trent, to be quite honest.
Really?
Lie, you know?
Really? So if Mockingbird song keeps showing up in my narrations for you, you're not going to be bothered by that?
That's a different problem you and I are going to have. I'm just talking about you and the bird. You're in its territory. It was there first.
No, it wasn't.
Are you sure?
I've been here for 10 years. That bird is not that old. I promise.
Right, this is funny you do that thing that you and I have been talking about.
Yeah. That thing that
I'm
we've
not
been
going to let you
talking
forget.
believe me, I'm not going to forget. If
Okay,
it's not
good.
the bird, it's the crickets. And if it's not the crickets,
She's going to make you not forget. Absolutely. So you're doomed, buddy.
Is this what we were talking about? Is that what you asked me?
No, I was asking you
No,
about
it
other
wasn't.
things, but that's fine.
Right.
Yeah,
okay. So yeah, I'm Trent Sparks, professional voice actor who never gets to do any work because of wildlife and trains. I mean, trains have to sound their horns when they're crossing over railroad crossings because it's the law. And between San Jose and Oakland, there are billions of these things, so the train just is constantly doing the horn thing. Anyway, right, Trent Sparks, professional voice actor who sometimes gets to do work. But I am playing Miatenton Tagashaw de Kenneth, the mark of making artificer who's got to pull himself out of his one hit point lethargy and shamble over to the impact crater where my steel defender has just just a mangled mess.
Yeah,
he can fix it, it's fine. He's not feeling great right now, so might need a band-aid or two.
Yes.
Yeah,
or 45.
It's going to be several Band-Aids.
It's like when you play RimWorld and like you've just finished a really bad fight and you look at the health thing and like your people are like have all these bleed statistics on the thing, and as you're going through you see like the person who's healing puts like little bandages over each one.
Yep.
It's like that's what I feel like right now.
Exactly. This is you. Everything hurts, but you're still around.
And more importantly,
equally importantly, is of course the amazing Marie Bilodeau, who is with us, and who is ready to go and prepared and hopefully as excited as ever. So I guess Marie, I guess that's also my question. Now that how do you feel? What do you feel is likely to? You have any sense of what might happen in an episode between semi-marathon and actual marathon that we're going to be? What do you expect as you pick yourself? Well, you and Larian actually landed just fine, so you're okay. So as you stare at the impact craters of your friends, how do you think this is all going to go down, and who are you playing today?
Oh, I think it's going to go down great.
It did.
It
I guess it did already go down great. Yeah, Went down, all right.
We're like, it's going to be, firm. We're going to have some great chats. There might be a sing-along, which I'm really looking forward to, actually. We're going to find some magical fruit to pick along and make some pie along the way. It's just going to be a really nice, relaxed, one easy battle just so we stretch our legs a bit. It'll be great. I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you for being so kind. It's going to be awesome.
I see. Who will you be playing, Maria? And also, how are you? And who will you be playing when this all goes down?
I'm good. I'm very good. I know that I usually talk about like the stuff that Carrie's been baking, which like occurs to me might be unfair because none of you are here to eat the baked goods that Carrie is baking.
This has only now occurred to you as unfair? Like, how long have we been playing together? Like, it just occurred to me, maybe.
I don't understand the statement, but yes. So I am magnanimous. I understand. And so I realized that instead of talking about that this time, I'm going to talk about another of Carrie's hobbies, which is not baking, which is gardening. So, it's really lovely because we have a cottage garden in the back, and it's like half like wildflowers and half like plants, and then vegetables and herbs are put around that. So like, and then she can do stuff like we had this beautiful rhubarb that just like gangbusters this year. So she made like a rhubarb strawberry crisp, but we're not talking about
Y'all
that.
been rickrolled. Y'all been rickrolled. That's, we were all like, we're just waiting for, never going to give you up. Rhubarb, which you put in the delicious cake I had today.
Crisp. And this year she got excited and impulse bought an apple tree. And our backyard is really not that big, just to be real clear. But she impulse bought an apple tree. She was super excited. It was cute. We got it in the car. She had to ride in the back. I was like driving them around. And then we bought a pear tree as well. So I want you to imagine all the pain of first having to put those two in the ground, but also the excitement of the apple and the pear. Like long term, like there will be updates.
Right.
When I'm updating you on baked goods, which
photos, I'm sure. Yeah, it's gonna be the whole 9 yards.
And so now that I've updated you guys, I am playing Mirime Hawksmoor. I am a College of Sword, blade wielding, generally happy, except a bit murdery lately. College of Sword Bard. I'm a Kalashtar, so I'm also psychic. That is the correct way to pronounce that. I'm French, I know. And I am having fun traveling with all of my friends and my sister, played by Jen. And I'm very much looking forward to tonight. Very excited. And I will bribe you for next Sunday. So just stay on the line for bribes the whole day so that you keep your money for next Sunday for our round.
I see. All right. You don't want to mess with a Marie bribe, that's for sure. I should have asked. I
guess baked goods for everybody.
I was going to say I will ship anywhere in the world baked goods. So
Pavlova.
Oh no.
Why did you go bankrupt? Well, I spent all our money on shipping costs to Australia.
Oh no,
South
I thought
Africa.
Marie was volunteering to ship. That's not part of the separate. Everyone who pledges gets a baked good from Carrie. That's what I thought this whole thing was about.
Well, right, yeah, I mean, and that's what, right. I mean, and I figured
she'll be broke, but David Runyon, everything will be fine.
Right, exactly.
Oh, good.
No,
yeah.
I will eat on their behalf.
Oh, great. That's great.
Team player. It's
not
a team effort.
Quite as much of the punch there.
100% team player. Before we move on to Brandon, I should do this at the same time, which is what do you want to highlight? We'll have you do hit points separately in a minute, but what do you want to highlight that now that you've reached level 12, Marime has gained that's awesome that you want to highlight?
So the one thing I got a feat, which I'm very excited about. So I took the Sentinel feat. So I get to like so when I'm in melee combat, I get to like, and Arv is like, oh, I'm going to disengage my person so they live. I can be like, no, and I can stab them. And if like Arv is like, here's my little person, and I'm beside them and he's in melee with my sister too, which sometimes happens, and he hits Nisiana, then I can stab. I mean, no, bad.
Yes. And it is called the no bad feat. Like
no.
Don't do that. 100 points of damage.
No pie for you.
No pie for you. That sounds like an awesome feat. We will come back for hit points from you in just a minute. Trent, I forgot to ask this about Tanton. Besides the hit point thing, anything you want to highlight about reaching level 12 that is cool?
Yeah, I decided not to go with a feat this time.
Okay.
And instead, I raised his Constitution by 1.
Okay.
To 16.
Ooh.
Okay.
Nice.
So he'll get an extra 11 hit points plus whatever he rolls this time.
Yep.
and I raised his dexterity to 16. So he is now at a +3, which unfortunately does not translate to armor, but it does improve his initiative.
Which, yeah, and since you become Mr. Super Sharpshooter anyway, there's anything
Yes,
that's
but that
moving.
doesn't.
I know, but it's moving you in the right direction though with dexterity, right?
No.
Like if you.
No, because I'm using a magical weapon.
Oh yeah, that's
I
right.
use my
that's right.
spellcast, which is my intelligence.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot. That's right.
Which is why I'm at like a +13 to hit stuff.
That's right. Still, the initiative, so you can just be like, initiative, blam. We're just going to end this right now. One shot. I see. Very, very cool. Okay, I'll come back to you with the hit points in a little bit. But first, I want to talk to the amazing Brandon O'Brien, who is back from the Bogus Lit Fest, which I have on reliable authority, which may indeed be Brandon, that it went great. It was great and went well. Did it go well, Brandon? And of course, since you were not here last time, you were not. We've heard it from us, but you did not get the chance to see Rowan's own interesting experience, the journey, if you will, through the air and through multiple hits to the body. So I'm curious about what you feel like is this episode might be in between the mini marathon and the upcoming marathon. If you have any thoughts about what that's likely to be, and feelings about finding Rowan alive but not by much, and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, I learned from the rest of the team that Rowan was in fact the bravest and most heroic and coolest person in that entire ordeal, and saved everyone's lives at the end, and just suffered a great deal of damage as a result, as Rowan is wont to do. Really, so I will, because I mentioned this to some folks. I don't think you were in the Zoom call when I said that I came back home from the Boca Slit Fest on that evening.
Mm-hmm.
It was probably like
it was late,
minutes past midnight at that point.
We were still going.
Turned on the stream to see if you all were still live. You all were still live, and we were in the air somehow. And I was like, I'm gonna wait until afterwards to learn what happened here, and turned my computer off and went to sleep. So I'm glad to know I'm not dead. I'm glad to know yet again I could have died, but I'm not dead.
You're welcome.
Thank you so very much for saving my life. I feel like I put you through that a lot of the time. Thank you for still putting up with me. So yeah, Bocas was really grand. Again, as I keep saying to all of my non-Caribbean writer friends, I want so very badly for you all to come to the Bocas Lit Fest at some point. It is undeniably one of my favorite literary events of the year. I'm always very grateful when they spotlight speculative fiction, as they did this year. As previously mentioned, Karen Lord was here, Premi Mohammed was here, RSA Garcia, who is local to Trinidad and Tobago, was obviously here. It was a lovely experience. I always feel like I am learning a lot and very deeply being in community with Caribbean literature when that happens, and it's always very refreshing to be in the place where I am not the only Caribbean person present.
Yeah.
And one of these days, I want you all to experience being one of the few white people present.
Yeah. Yeah. Amen.
Yeah, I enjoyed Bocas this year a great deal. As for this game, a lot is happening all at once. We just took a vampire out of a volcano, only to fly back home and be shot down by question mark, and then get bonked on the head by debris on the way down. So whatever is about to happen next, I hope that it's the calmest thing that we experience for 3 hours straight, because to go from that to more conflict to then 8 hours of conflict 8 days from now sounds like a great deal. Oh God, Tren, no, I don't have the patience for it. But we shall see. And this is the part where I also mentioned, as Greg mentioned, that you will get to see me twice for ArfCon, because I will be here doing cool Eberron things with the rest of the King Citadel, and we hope that you save all of your money for that in particular. But I'm also playing in the Dune game that will be on the Friday, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Monday. Monday.
Right, yes, it is the Monday.
The premiere of Dune Imperium,
yes.
Plans Within Plans is the name of it. Very cool.
I'm very excited to be playing with that crew.
Does that
Yes.
mean that you're also playing with that Blandon O'Brien guy that he was talking about?
Yeah, apparently he's also on the. I haven't met, like, of all the other people who are playing with, we haven't spoken yet, but I have it on good authority. He's at least an all right player.
He's one of those players. Can I just say quickly, by the way, that cast, which includes Brandon O'Brien, Zach Clay, Darcy Little Badger, and Valerie Valdez, that is a badass cast. Like, I'm very, very excited for that crew playing a game in the world of Dune. Very cool. Anyway, sorry, Brandon.
Yeah. But I was going to say, I am also very excited because I know nothing about Dune. I've never read any of the books. I've never watched any of the movies. It is all new to me, and I'm gonna play it like it's new to my character as well. Like, oh, okay, cool. I'm in this. I'm in this house. I don't know what any of that means. I know what my role is. You're telling me things about the universe that I've never learned before. Is what I'm thinking I'm playing my character as.
You wake up from your 20-year coma, and there you go.
I wake up from my 20-year coma and learn that I have mentat powers. What does that mean?
So when you say sandworm, this is a relatively small thing we're talking about.
Yeah, when you say
right?
sandworm, you mean like a tape? No,
yeah.
bigger
Like
than
this,
a tapeworm.
No, not a.
And everything runs on nutmeg now. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I'm very excited for that. I'm always very excited to play a game I've never played before, and Dune Imperium is running on a system that I'm actually very intrigued by. But I'm even more excited to know nothing else about this world and like learn by osmosis rather than rush into consuming the vast wealth of Dune media that exists. I'm not gonna do that to myself. So yeah, that game's gonna be fun. I'm very excited for a premiere of the thing during ArvCon. So I hope that you all join us and support very heavily for that as well. I hope that you bring all of your money for INB, and I hope that you bring plus 50% of whatever you would have brought for INB for
even more money for that. Yes.
Take out a loan, whatever you need to. Please don't bankrupt yourself to do the thing. No. But please support us
for
that game as well.
A small loan. I mean, Brandon, and remember, Brandon is the pivot, right? So if everything's wrong, it's Brandon's fault. Like if one of the groups is like, we didn't do it, they're like, Brandon, you just didn't care enough about the other group. You're like, no, I showed equal. I'm sorry. Yeah. You know, that's the deal. So tell me, Brandon, who are you playing, and what is there any cool thing you want to highlight having reached the lofty level of 12 tonight?
So I will be playing Rowan Shallow, our resident wild magic sorcerer with a gun. And of the things that I have decided to do, I definitely needed a feat that allowed me to do gun things, because I am very bad at gun things. So I took Sharpshooter. I would have taken Spell Sniper, but I have no single target spell. I have only one single target spell, and it's a cantrip. So I wouldn't have benefited from it very heavily. Optionally, for the sorcerer, you get to swap a meta magic at this exact same point as well. So I dropped Subtle Spell for Twin Spell. So look forward to Disintegrates in 2 directions.
You've decided to get less subtle and more blow it up even more.
I don't need to be subtle anymore.
Just like,
was Wall of Fire subtle?
I'm shooting magic at you. I'm not trying to be subtle anymore.
Yeah.
Let things explode.
I mean, we don't stand out at all.
No, not at all.
So
Shining dragon marks, walls of fire. It's gonna be great.
I kept careful spell though, so you can still walk in the middle of my fireballs and take half damage. But I'm not being subtle anymore.
It's gonna be great. And yes, subtle is just a relative term, Zed. I agree. That's really the key. Did you hear about the magician who was also a fitness trainer? She was a sorceress. Outstanding, Prince Justin. Outstanding.
Justin, I love you very much, but no, please don't.
Please leave. Unfollow Justin.
Just right now.
We're booing the joke, not you.
But you should have seen her buffs. Oh, Emily. Yeah, there you go. It's good stuff. Anyway, always a pleasure to have Brandon with us. Very excited for both of those things Brandon will be a part of next week. Also excited, as always, to have Jennifer Brozek with us. I have just recently seen surveys have gone out for the Belgium Pen Pal Kickstarter, so that's very cool, and that is moving ahead. But otherwise, Jen, I have a similar question I asked everyone else, besides how you're doing and who you're playing and what cool thing you got. What do you think is likely, what's your your feeling between mini marathon and mega marathon? What do we think? You have a sense of what's likely to happen?
Clearly we're just
Après
going to
le
walk.
crash.
We're clearly going to walk injured into the lair of an enemy. I mean,
Clearly.
clearly. Yeah. I mean, what country are we in?
Right. It's you were in yeah, exactly. There's like a haunted house on a hill. You may come into the house if you choose. There'll be one of those deals.
Actually, so I think what's going to happen is there is the mystery of who was actually trying to be assassinated. Was it the new ambassador, or was it us? Because we're so subtle. And since this could be considered an act of war against somebody, I'm not sure who. I'm not completely up on the whole politics thing of Eberron. But I do have sending, so I can tell people we're alive. Hey, I've just remembered that. That's cool, actually. Yeah, I still think we're going to have to get help from suspect people who might be neutral-ish in whatever pot we have, ball of lava we've fallen into. But we're alive, so that's a good point.
Yeah, that's the key, really.
Yeah.
Is everyone made it? So do you have a particular thing that you want to highlight of Nisiana's arrival at level 12?
Well, first I'm going to do a real quick, if you missed my Kickstarter, there is a pre-order page or late backer page. It is open through the end of the month, but I will not be talking about it at all on Sunday. That is specifically for the Damon Runyon charity. So if you missed it and you want it, it's there, and it's open through May 31st. So the other thing, first we have to talk about the mistake I made before we can continue, because I made a massive mistake last game. I thought I had on my list of feats to take was telekinesis. So I just typed in telekinesis into the compendium and it popped up, and I opened it up and I started reading. And what I did not realize was it was actually the Esper Generis level 5 spell, not the feat telekinesis. So the things that I was doing in character should not have been possible. So Greg and I have talked about this, and we have called it a miracle from Eberron. Because
it was also my error too. I didn't catch it. It was because it was close enough. Well, here's the problem. It was close enough to it, and yours truly also did an entire Esper Genesis campaign. So I was kind of like, yeah, it sounds familiar. I've seen that before, but wrong world. So, but anyway.
So I am acknowledging that I messed up. So for those of you who watched last game or watched it on replay, yeah, that was okay. A miracle from Eberron. So what I am actually taking this time is called Gift of the Metallic Dragon. And Gift of the Metallic Dragon gives me an extra Cure Wounds spell per long rest.
Because Nisiana didn't have enough healing yet. So now
sometimes I start running out because you people are, well, one, the GM keeps trying to kill us, and two, y'all keep getting injured.
There it is.
And then the real reason I got it was let me see, where is it? It's called Protective Wings. I can manifest protective wings that can shield myself or others when me or somebody within 5 feet of me is hit by an attack roll. Imagine like ethereal golden dragon wings suddenly manifesting around me and then protecting whoever just got hit. I grant a bonus to the target's AC equal to my proficiency bonus against that attack roll. So, and I guess the proficiency bonus at this point is 4?
Yep, 4.
And I can use this for every long rest.
Right, you can use the reaction. I think what I said was a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, which is 4 times, and then you regain those expended uses when you finish a long rest.
Right.
And also, to be clear, glowing wings. I want you all, chat, those of you who have played any JRPGs, you know that sequence where there's the massive airship that appears like from the bad empire, and they finally deploy all of their sails of doom or something, and it's this so that I want you to think of these wings glow where they can be seen from space. Okay, I want to be clear, since we're pressing in the whole we're not super stealthy as much as we are. Hey, we've arrived. Like that's
if I'm using protective wings, my aura's probably going already. So
yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's just kind of there.
Yeah.
So that's what I wanted to highlight, because I just think it looks it's definitely on brand for Nisiana to get more healing and to protect somebody. Two, it sounds really cool.
Yeah.
Maybe I can be protecting somebody like, I don't know, Alarian, who keeps getting hit.
No, I love it narratively, and also the connection with Eberron, the great dragon.
That was the other reason.
Totally, yeah. No, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it is very cool, and I can imagine moments of. I just have immediate visuals of Nisiana like cradling the body of her sister while the wings, are there or whatever. Not that that's a foreshadowing of what might happen during our marathon session, but I'm just saying that it's something that just
I guess life transference will be happening too
as a visual. But no, always a pleasure, Jen, to have us, and that's what Nisiana's got, so it's going to be awesome. Last but certainly not least, then is, of course, the awesome John Helfers, who is with us. And I also want to give a shout out because John works for one of the sponsors of ArvCon. Catalyst Game Labs is also sponsoring ArvCon this year. And so we have stuff coming. There will be games that will be given out. Some of them are actually board games from last year's ArvCon because they got here after the live event where I was supposed to be giving them out. So I will be giving more of those out this time. But there'll also be a couple of books.
They'll actually be here to be given.
Yes, they will be. Just ignore the stickers that say 2023 ArvCon because that, But anyway, so many thanks to Catalyst, but also John, same question to you. So how are you doing? How's life? Who are you playing? And what are you thinking about what's going to happen in between mini marathon and mega marathon, and also any highlighted feats or level up stuff that you want to mention?
So first, Marie, can I have Gary come down and finish my gardening work, please? Because that would be just awesome. I spent the entire afternoon. I have a rock garden, little river rocks. I spent the entire last 2 days moving every single river rock around the one side of my house.
Wow.
I have another side of the house with more rocks that need to be moved. Yeah, it's been great.
I'm sorry.
I am really surprised I'm not. Thanks a lot. I'm really surprised I'm not falling asleep, but I actually feel pretty good now that I've eaten and showered and cleaned up and I'm gaming. So that's good. So, yes, gardening seems to be a theme, so I thought I'd chip in with mine. Much less exciting. Well, we are planting trees, but they're juniper trees, and you can't really make a lot except for gin with juniper. So there you go. Anywho, yes, I'm very happy as always for the Catalyst to be funding ArvCon. Very pleased to be able to do that, and glad the games are there now. So I've been sitting in your garage for 10 months or whatever.
That's right, pretty much in the basement.
But that's fantastic. Yes, and we'll have giveaways and fun stuff and this, that, and the other. I play Alarian, a Starforged Aegis, which has been a really crazy combination of not normal characters, and I'm having a blast playing them. And I actually did take something I'd been wanting to take at level 8, but someone kept beating it up on us, so I had to take toughness at 8, so I had to wait for this. Anyways, I took Shield Master because I figured I'm pretty good to be able to take physical blows, but I need some buffing against magical attacks. So, and also I use the shield, and if you guys have seen my new image of Valerian, it's a very large shield. It's huge. And now I use it for offense as well as defense. So if I take the attack action, number one, if I take the attack action on my turn, I can use a bonus action to try to shove a creature within 5 feet of you with your shield. Unfortunately, we're not on a ship yet, so I can't shove people off it, but that'll come into play sometime, I'm sure.
It would have been interesting to see you trying to use that while in free fall. Shove.
Well,
shove.
I just would have done like Silver Surfer or something.
It's called a kite shield for a reason. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. See? Number 2, if you aren't incapacitated, I get to add my shield's AC bonus, which is +3. Any dexterity saving bonus I make against a spell or other harmful effect that only targets me. So that's pretty cool.
Very cool.
Which God knows I need the ability to change those. And then this one is the one I actually really love the most because I've already taken damage by things like fireballs. If you are subject to an effect that allows you to make a dex saving throw to take half damage, You can use your reaction to take no damage if you succeed on the saving throw, interposing your shield between yourself and the source of the effect. So yeah.
That's for fire, specifically fire damage?
No, it's any damage.
Oh, any damage at all. Okay.
An effect that allows me to make a dex saving throw to take only half damage.
I see.
Anything would count.
You will be safe from Brandon. Gotcha.
Exactly. I now can. He can drop a fireball on me, and I have a good chance of not taking any damage. So that may come into play later. I hope Brendan's taking notes.
So season
finally,
5, the saving throw of Constitution is not going to work well for you then? Like that's not going to be. God damn it! What can I dodge? No, this is just content. No,
Well, so to make ARP even more annoying, remember one of my Aegis skills is I have the opportunity to change my saving throws.
Mm-hmm.
I roll spirit die and add the result to my saving throw.
True.
I didn't realize this was going to stack so well when I took Shield Master. I'm like, oh, what a plus. So there you go. Last but not least, I agree with Jen. You're just going to do a voiceover of 8 hours later, and we're walking.
Yeah, it's going to be a big.
But without the enemy layer, we might have a random encounter, maybe. But I'm not sure we're going to stumble into some enemy layer right out in the middle of wherever the hell we are.
That's true. Well, we're going to talk about that actually right now. So it is. Oh wait, actually, let's have hit point rolls if we can. So whoever's doing it. So let me just sort of go one by one. So Tren, you are rolling, right?
Yep.
So go ahead and make your roll. Right now, Tantin is sitting at -4. Just because it's so funny.
No,
-45. It's funny because he's not actually dead. Okay, so
I'm at 1, not -45. I'm at 1.
You had at one point -45. That's all I know.
Yeah.
The EKG went boop like underneath, and now is at 1.
Big old valley. Yeah.
Right.
Code Blue was called.
Which
It was
it
not
normally
good.
has. It normally has a dip, the thing. But this one went way.
Yeah. All right. So what are your current? So now 1 hit point, as you say. But let's see what your maximum is going to be. So currently it's 73, and now see,
maximum roll.
That's what we're talking about. So now we're looking at 84. Is the maximum now? See, yes. Look at that. And okay, so 1 out of 84, and because the 11, so that means we're going to put you at 12 out of 84. Trent is what Tantin's going to be at with a single hero point. Hale and hearty, more or less. Also high configuration queen. All right, good stuff. Marame took the average because of cowardice. I mean, because
I was going to say it, so yeah.
Like, doesn't get that thrill. No, it's fine.
Your peer pressure doesn't affect me.
I will not be impacted.
I have rhubarb strawberry crisp. You have no power over me.
Strawberry crisp. So it was 129. So now you're at 134, I believe, because you said you took 5, or what did you take?
Yeah. Wait, so it's a D8. So I have 5 plus my toughness feat, so that's 7.
Right.
And then don't I get
con bonus?
Oh yeah,
which is 2. So
9. So then 138 is what I think that is.
That's a good number.
And 9 would be. Wait, what did you have? You had 129, right?
Yeah.
So you had 9. So that means you're up to 54 out of 138 is what we're saying.
Okay, so
now.
you're giving. Okay, awesome.
Yep.
I'm feeling positively healthy.
Totally. I mean, completely fine. Okay, now Brandon, is Rowan going the way of the hero, by which we mean the way of confidence or are we going to go with the average, the staid, the before picture in Stardew Valley? Like which one are we actually? I
think Marie would call it, and I would call it the way of the wise.
The way of the
very
wise.
Much. Yeah.
It's very funny that you would say that, because Rowan by trade is also is functionally a coward, but is also very stupid. And by
but
this
you're a wild
say,
mage. You have to roll. You have no choice.
I mean, right. So let me actually tell you the story of what had happened.
Okay.
I had rolled a 4 several days ago, and then forgot that I was also supposed to add my con mod.
Right.
So right now we can decide either I'm gonna roll again and see whatever tragic thing happens, in which case I can roll a 1 and I don't need to change anything, or I roll again and adjust to suit.
Well, I mean, of course, this decision is ultimately up to you, jokes aside. But otherwise, if you want to roll, I'm happy to have you roll again. in front of the assembled audience, personages, and your peers and party members.
I mean, what's the worst that can happen? I die all the time anyway.
And you are sitting at not -5, but 1 point out of
Often by
64.
your own hand too. That's the really
That's right.
amazing part.
1
Yeah.
out of 64,
Incredible.
and now it will be.
If it's his own hand and I made it, then I share in some of that blame.
No, his own is the other one. Ah, okay.
Tell him how
Look
he-
at that.
Okay. So 5, and that was counting your con mod, yeah? So that was so 5 to okay.
So that would
Yep.
that would make me 69. Nice.
Nice. Yes, I just wanted I wanted someone else to say it first. Yes. Okay, so 6 out of 69 hit points. Okay, feeling great. Embedded half in the ground. Feeling totally tremendous. Okay, that sounds good. Jen, way of the hero or way of the coward? What do you
I
choose?
always do way of the hero at this point, just because I mean, I have a toughness which gives the +2 and the constitution which gives the +2. So
Okay.
let's see what I get this time.
Yeah.
I rolled my 1, so I get 5.
You get 5. Okay, so 5 will bring you 2. But I appreciate that you took the way of the hero. You lived the virtue of your creed. I don't know. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
because
make it.
The last 3 times I've gotten max.
See,
So,
see, this is what I'm saying. Okay, so so that means that we're looking at 103.
What everyone in chat doesn't know is off screen, Arv has a magnet board where he is reorganizing each member of the King's Citadel in order of who is easiest to kill now.
Right, I'm just moving them up. It's actually
You're
more
still
like
front line. Don't worry.
yeah. It's more like the meme board with the cork board with all of the like threads and post-it notes. Me being like, you know, like that's all the thing is. Okay.
Yeah, you're Charlie from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Exactly. Okay, so we're looking at 103 is your maximum now then, Nisiana, and 16 hit points is what you have. So we've got that. And last but certainly not least, Alarian, way of the hero or way of the
wisdom
way of the week
is what that is.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Nope. So ironically, this is kind of funny that Marie and I have the exact same. I'm going to take the way of wisdom and get those extra 4 points that I wouldn't get if I rolled a 1. I get 9
Okay.
points.
So the way of
course,
the
the
wah
key is-
leads you to 9 extra points.
Wow.
So wow.
So that
Okay.
put me at 61.
10 and 105, right?
5,
Is
correct,
105,
correct.
61. Okay, and then your Aegis goes to what?
It goes to 52 total. It would go to 50.
52 and so 15. Great.
15,
Okay.
yep.
Great. Lovely. All right. Then
It is lovely. Yes.
We are set to go. We are looking at a level 12 party, and the time has come, chat. Let us move ourselves over to reveal where, in fact, these folks are as we talk about what happened in the last session. I don't have to do much of a recap because I think you've already mostly heard it. The King's Citadel, essentially, during this last time. Let's see. Let me set this up with...
And we're just curious to find out where we are as the GM is. So I think it's going to be great.
Yeah. So the party was on its way in the now defunct Cerberus Sailor to try to make peace with the Keeper of the Silver Flame. The idea was to try to bring together these nations against the common threat of the Emerald Claw, and most of all, the common threat of the Lord of Blades, who obviously has got some major problems that the party and the rest of Corvair is going to have to deal with. And so the Oracle of War was brought under heavy guard, including the King's Citadel itself, to try to negotiate what might happen next. This was the plan. Hold on a second. Well, there we go. Let's make sure I actually heard music. So this was the plan, and everything would have been fine were it not for what happened en route. But before we got there, at the first half of last week, but the last session, was a conversation between Merimee and Nisiana about a difficult decision that Merimee had to make. That is the killing of one of the members of House Jarasco, because the assumption was that person who had been captured by the Emerald Claw was compromised, was going to give up information that would be critically damaging to the house. And so not on orders, but after a conversation with Nisiana, Merimee decided to, using the power of a psychic lance, was able to presumably end the life of this person from House Jarasco. And Merimee was somewhat, I would say, uncertain and uncomfortable about how to bring this up with her sister, but knew that she had to. Nisiana's reaction was, of course, not anger at her sister, but an awareness of the power of her own authority, that it was on her words that this person had died, and that has a way of callousing a person, if you will, toughening them up a little bit when they recognize what it is that their words have done. This was made even more sort of powerful when it was discovered that the person who had assigned this to them, one of the heads of House Tarasco at the Council of 12, that it was actually that person's daughter that they had ended up killing as a result. So there was a big Merime not liking this person energy, followed by Merime being like, that's, well, okay. And so, yes, not that it was going to remain her favorite person, but there was a little sympathy that snuck in at that point. It was a very powerful moment of role play, which should have been followed by a very pleasant Love Boat style cruise to where they were going, except that's not what had quite happened.
It's supposed to be come aboard for adventure, or not get blown off for adventure.
The ground is waiting for you. Yeah, and in this case, the party, as it was traveling along in the Cyberus Sailor, suddenly was struck by a bolt of lightning. Now, this should not have been a problem for any ship worth its salt. There are a lot of airships that have to deal with this all the time. But clearly, something had been set up to allow the ship to be sabotaged, because as Tanton discovered, there were 3 creatures that broke free from the elemental ring that, as the ship had, blown apart and was basically falling through the air, that came and attacked. These were strange combinations, these sort of flux charge creatures of fire and lightning, which the party was able to defeat whilst in free fall, 6,000 feet above the ground, and then had to get a bunch of the unconscious members of, Brailish soldiers, the ones who worked on the ship, a whole bunch of people, because the king said, this is what they do, and did manage to save almost all of them, except one who got zapped, I think, by either debris or by one of the flux capacitors, so to speak, and continue to head downwards. But thanks to a miracle of Eberron, and also thanks to the work of a carefully placed disintegrate by Rowan, Alarian and Merime and Tanton working frantically to sort of bring everyone together onto one piece of debris that was left. They managed to hit the ground and survive somehow. As they look around themselves, as the flaming bits of the Cyberus Sailor continue to plunge into the land around them, but not threatening them anymore, they found a person racing up to them on a broom, and there were 2 people on the broom. The first was the actual commander of the Cyberus Sailor, Captain Deliriandar, who clearly had been badly hurt, but was still, able to function. But the other was an archmage known as Narsi of Xandar. Now, you may not know who Narsi is, or you may not be familiar, but Narsi of Xandra was actually the archmage who was responsible for maintaining security on the regular ship, not the airship, the regular ship to which the party went when they were trying to track down an assassin and spy. And so that was the person that was responsible for this, who had now been sent by the King of Brayland to do special work in Ondare and with the Arcane Congress. And if you'll look at your map, you will notice that you are actually in the nation of Ondare. This is where it is that you have fallen, a little bit farther from Lake Galifar than it shows there, but more or less in the same area. Now, why, you may ask? That is because floating above you are 4 massive floating towers, which you know to be the 4 towers of Arcanix, the greatest school of magic that exists in all of Corvair. This is the crown jewel of Ondare, and in fact, a number of people from the Council of 12 have gained their magical training from the Arcane Congress and from Ondare. It is that combination of things put together that allowed this to happen in the way that it has, and so Narsi was sent to talk to the Arcane Congress. I will just mention that before we talk about what Narsi says when she arrives, that all of you, as I said, will have heard of this before. You will also know that the Arcane Congress was originally created as an attempt to stop the sort of warring factions of magic within Ondare, the various almost like dragon-marked houses, but just magical guilds, basically, were at war with each other. One of the greatest monarchs, Galifar I, put together these groups into one arcane congress in the hope that it would allow all of that magical power to be unified under one banner. It was during the last war that this magic came to its greatest sort of potential. And there are whispers, though it has never been proven, that there were more than a few Ondarian mages involved in whatever the cataclysm was that eventually created the morning that destroyed Seer and created the Grey that you all are so familiar with now. But now we know the Arcane Congress is still well and functional and is a very powerful agent, but not related to where you were going, at least not initially. So as Narcy arrives on the ground, Narcy comes over and runs over to stabilize a couple of NPCs. Oh, and I should also mention, no sign of the Oracle of War yet. Just letting you all know. Don't know what happened with it. You'll have to
Or
go
Hilar.
see about what that is. Say again?
Hilar was on the ship too, wasn't he?
I believe... I'm trying to remember.
I think
Hilar
back
was
with-
left back
I
because
think
he
you're
was
right.
dealing
Never
with the
mind.
political stuff back there. So just the Oracle.
The Oracle.
Now we don't know where it is yet. Before we panic, we'll talk about that in a minute. But Narcy has arrived and comes over and says, as she's sort of picking all of you up out of the ground, as it were, like, I've never seen anything like that. Her face is white, like just white as a sheet, and are you? Well, I can see you're all hurt. Are any of you? Are you all capable of movement? And she looks over, and she knows, and she says, "That must be Tanton." And she comes over and she leans down. Tanton, are you capable of standing, or is anything broken?
Poke him with a stick. He'll be fine.
Is my aura still going, or has it been that full 10 minutes?
I wouldn't. No, I would say. Oh yeah, I would say it's still probably going for a little bit.
Okay.
I've been worse moments ago.
And she says, "I can imagine. If you'll give me a moment, I can." And she whispers a couple of words over you. And Tanton, you feel yourself strengthen slightly. You gain 5 hit points. Now, Narcy is an archmage, not a cleric or a healer, but Narcy is a very powerful archmage who has, at a certain point, characteristics that, spells that allow her to tap into other areas, let's put it that way. And so she gives you 5 hit points, while she notices there are a few others now landing on brooms that are also starting to tend to the wounded. And she looks around and says, any of the rest of you, and her eyes light on you, Rowan. I'm curious if you're like face down in the ground, or you like sort of like, how did you want to land, I guess,
I'm pretty sure like I landed like on my side or something like that.
Okay.
But I'm now lying face up, just staring blankly up at the sky, going, yeah, this happened again. I could have died in a supremely extreme fashion, and I'm only not dead because Nisiana is alive.
And she
Grand.
sort of sees you looking up at her. I'm so tempted to have her be like, "We can rebuild them. We have the technology." I mean, this is literally how 6 Million Dollar Man starts. Okay, there's a crash, you land on the ground, like
It's like a weird turn.
Yeah, I just look. One of you has a mechanical arm. Okay. Anyway, so she comes over to you, Rowan, and says, "Rowan Shallow, I've heard quite a bit about you. I am glad to see that you're at least somewhat functional." She kind of raises an eyebrow, seeing, and she says, "Is there anything?" And she whispers those same words. You get another 5 hit points, so you're up to 11. And she says, "More will be done soon. Are you able to sit up or move at all?"
I very slowly sit up.
Everything hurts, to be clear.
Everything hurts. Tanton is also up, right?
Up is a
He's
relative
getting
term. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
He's getting up.
Okay.
He's gonna go look for Spanner.
Okay.
So the very first thing that I say is to Tanton when I turn to Tanton and say, any chance things like this will stop happening? Because I am in a lot of pain.
Of course, eventually we'll die.
Fun. Glorious. I've experienced that several times already. I'd like to never again.
And why did you ask the question?
Oh God. I get up and I look for Nisiana.
She's not hard to find.
I was going to ask what's Nisiana doing then?
She's burned.
So, she's probably still kneeling on what's left of the piece of board that they ended up on.
There ain't much, but yeah.
And she's probably praying. And then she looks up and she takes stock and, is my entire party still within 60 feet of me?
I would say not at the moment. Probably more like 120. You could gather them together if you want, but they are, when you landed, those of you landing on the debris kind of splintered apart, and it certainly cushioned some of the blow. But
maybe don't use that phrase. Splintered apart. That's so offensive to the boat, man.
I think the first thing the first thing Marie and I would have done, Mary and I would have done probably once we landed safely, mind you, is go back and check on everybody else. So we should be within the group.
Okay.
Then what she will do is she'll ask her sister to gather the party together within 60 feet of her so she can heal.
And I have telepathy to 120 feet, so I can do that.
Maramé, just before you do that, can I have you and Alarian both make perception checks for me, please?
Yes, certainly. And that's one thing I would say, like, Mirimi knows we got attacked, so, like...
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's why I really, really, really want to heal all of us as quickly as possible. Or heal something of us.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're looking at a 14 for Maramé and an 18 for Alarian. Alarian, as you were sort of gliding next to Maramé over towards the rest of your group, you see something. Now you've landed in this basically plains, these fields, more or less. But as you're gliding along, you can see in the brown ground below your feet something glittering.
Ooh.
Like catching the light.
I stop.
I stop with Alarian.
Guess I'll bend down and see what the heck it is.
It looks like a flawless diamond, but it is not a diamond it's just a random diamond in a field, but there is a little bit of debris around it. And as you're sort of like picking it up, there's a moment where, just for a moment, and then it sort of immediately vanishes, a bit of flame like comes out of the gem, and your hands
like a spark, kind of
yes,
like a pop?
a spark,
yeah, okay.
And your fingers tingle as if with static electricity.
Magical static electricity?
Is there any other kind?
I mean, it wasn't from a dryer. I'll put it that way.
Okay, that's fair. I'll take that. Could
it be an elemental, or do you say anything to Mirimi?
Well, I'll show it to you. Yeah, I have nothing to hide. And I tell you, I got you probably, if you saw me stop, you saw me pick it up. It's sunny. Are we sunny day, right?
Yes. Beautiful day. Wonderful day for
day.
fall.
Need to fall through the sky from an exploding ship.
Yeah.
And so you probably saw the sun wink off of it, and then if you were looking at my hand, you probably also would have seen the pop of the magic, and they go, "Ow!"
Can I
Little tingle.
Can I sense anything in the diamond? Like, could it be an elemental in it, or?
You don't sense anything from it at all. Although it could have been part of an elemental, but it definitely is not. It's not sentient. It's not even a thing. But it could have been a component or something.
Of the weapon that brought us down.
I bet you Tantan might have something to say about it.
My thoughts exactly.
All right, well, let's go check on our friends and keep an eye out. I want to keep an eye out. I don't know. Something attacked us. I am.
That too. I'm also I'm kind of Overwatch.
Okay.
Since you're short, I'm definitely Overwatch you. So yeah, so good.
Okay.
I had to say it. Anyways, I mean, I am the tall. Well, yeah, but you're not 7 feet tall either.
No.
So.
I'm gonna go ahead, Rowan. Yeah.
A reminder to Arv that because of observant, my passive perception is 17.
Right. You were not in the area where this was. I'm
Right.
Yeah, I'm conscious of that, but yeah.
Yeah, that I'm fine about. But I'm curious, A, whether whether there's any evidence that we are still actively being followed, and B, where is the Oracle? Can I at least get a sense of where the Oracle most likely had fallen in this pile of debris?
Yeah,
Like,
so
walk in that direction afterward.
yeah, well, so what I'm going to say to that's actually a very good question. So, what I would say is, Rowan, if you're able to get to your feet, and kind of, if you want to do that, and sort of like look around, the debris. So the field that you're in has all of this like flaming debris kind of around you, but there's a radius, right? So there's only, so far that radius extends. You seem to be in the middle of what looks like a recently, it might have been a field that's recently sown, maybe, and not harvested, but sown. So it, there's just mostly dirt around you. You do see, however, that at the edges of the field, there are these sort of debris, flaming debris. And there are also piles of what might be, it's hard to tell from here, it might be like compost or something, that you see, or mulch that they're going to use or something, that you can find in sort of at the extreme limits of where you see these flaming debris. So in other words, the field itself has these piles around it and also piles of flaming debris. So if you had to guess, if the Oracle is not within that radius, then you all are in a lot of trouble, because then you don't know where else it would have gone.
Is there a haystack made entirely of needles?
There is not. It's like finding a haystack in a needle.
So I make this note, but I'm continuing to head towards Nisiana.
Okay. So, Tantan, let me talk to you about Spanner, and then I'm going to come to Nisiana, and we'll have the group together by then. Tantan, you do find the impact crater was probably
yes.
about right, more or less, yes. It is still smoking, and at the center of it is the mangled and very much non-functional body of Spanner, which is just, legs where the head should be, head where the tail should be, it's pretty much just mangled metal. But when you come, because you're going all the way over to his body. So when you go over to Spanner's body, I would like you to make a perception check also, please.
Okay. It's perception for excitement and emotion. Sort of thing. 18.
18. As you sort of bend down to investigate Spanner, whose body is quite hot, probably from, relating to the impact of the debris, etc. But you can see that literally in sort of like almost like under his paw, more or less, is again this glittering thing, which is not the glitter of metal. And as you look closer, it is what I have previously described, another one of these small, flawless diamonds. Now, you haven't touched it yet, but you can see it underneath his, what would have been his paw at some point, up there in the air before he hit the ground.
And so if I, reach down and put my hand anywhere near it, same thing.
Spark
sensation.
But I want to say not a spark of electricity, a spark of flame, like a little slight flame burst almost, and the little tingling of like a static electricity shock. Tantan, when you look at this, you think you've seen this before. This is one of the components, a diamond like this, and it is a flawless diamond, is used in the construction of elemental devices. But this is the important part. Elemental devices, not elementals. That is to say, this, and you know that when a device reaches the end of its, useful life, it will often have remnants of the energetic, whether it's, water elemental or whatever, that was connected or bound to this thing. This thing clearly gave off fire and electricity, this little diamond. And you have not seen anything like that with two elements bound into one before. But you remember that at one point, your boy Spanner had a run-in with one of these things way up there. So.
All right. He's going to mage hand, pick it up and put it into one of his bags that is typically insulated.
Okay. And once you did that, by the way, it didn't do it a second time, just so you know. It doesn't keep sparking. It was just the one, but that's fine. Okay.
And he's going to, can I do this? Let me double check. Yes. Okay. No problem. He is going to cast the floating disc.
Yep.
And pick up Spanner.
Okay.
And start walking, and it'll just trail along behind him.
Okay.
As he goes back to the rest of the party.
Sounds good. Nisiana, you were doing healing work, so I want to ask what you're doing with them, and then we're going to have the whole group together, and you can all talk with Narcy, who definitely wants to talk to you all of you.
Yeah, well, once Tren gets within 60 feet of me, and I can tell that 5. How does the captain of the
quite hurt?
Okay, then she's going to be the 6th person.
Okay.
I am going to do a mass cure wounds.
Okay.
Of this I will actually get, and I'm going to heal myself too, which will also give me a +7 on top of this. So everybody gets 16. I get 23.
Okay, so you're at 39, right, Nisiana? Alarian, you are 77?
Correct.
And
then 23 for armor.
23 for armor, thank you. Okay. Marame, you should be at 70 then, if I calculated this right. Okay. Tantin, 33. Is that right? Okay.
Correct.
And hold on one second. Yes? Oh, yes. I have to. Sorry.
Rowan, you are now at 400.
I need to bring something down for the family, but just quickly. So, Rowan, you should be at...
My HP is yes. Yes, my HP is yes.
My HP is yes. 27, I'm guessing? I think with that. Okay.
Slowly clawing his way back up to relevance.
I will be... I just have to bring something downstairs quickly. I will be right back. Talk amongst yourselves about...
We're going to win the game while you're gone.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'll be right back.
Oh, good.
And we win. There we go.
My
arm is gone.
Awesome.
I just spend several minutes looking for the Oracle of War, and we find it, and then we leave.
Perfect.
Oh, and we collect all the small flawless diamonds, so now we're rich. There we go.
The other thing I could do is
so easy.
Channel Divinity one more time, and since we're level 12, I've got another 60 hit points to give out to people's halfway points. So,
well, for Trend and for Hanson and Rowan, actually, they probably come in handy.
I mean,
okay, so
my halfway point's not that far away.
Yeah. So how many for your halfway point, Brandon? How many? From now,
as in half of my max HP.
Yes.
Correct.
How many hit points?
God, math.
No, that's why I'm making you do it. Is it more than 30?
It is less than 30. It is way less than 30. It's a single digit.
Well, then I actually do need to know how much.
Mm. 7 points.
Okay, Tren.
9.
9. Alarian?
I'm way above half. So.
Marame, how are you? How many hit points per half?
I am 2 over half.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Half, so.
No, then.
Okay.
Okay, we won. We found the Oracle.
Really?
Thank you.
I built it into Rowan's new arm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Turns out both oracles were here in the debris. So I got one and Tantan kept the other one.
So the subtext for this was the fake Oracle of War, and that's all resolved in the...
It was, but I made it into the real Oracle.
I turned it while you were gone. Okay. Okay. So, right. So you've done this healing, and at that
I'm
point...
about to do another
one more thing?
action.
Okay.
Well, okay, so I'm going to channel Divinity. So I have 60 hit points to give out.
Okay.
And basically at this point, Marame, I can't heal her or Alarian. So I am doing 13, 25 to...
While you're doing this, let me just say, Narcy says, so you know, Nisiana, if there is any concern about healing, the Arcane Congress will handle the rest. If you wish to save some of it, it's up to you, but we will be able to heal you.
Oh boy.
You can
Does she
decide what
have
you want to
any
do with
tact
that, but
right
that's what
now?
Narcy says, yeah.
I'm like, does she have any tact right now? I'm like trying to think. You're just like,
You can just picture her going, uh-huh. Zing.
and she's like,
Sure you do. I believe you.
Right.
While you're talking about that, continue, Celia.
Yeah.
but the question is, when are they going to get to us, and what's going to reach us before then?
I mean, if the towers are right above us,
And
it's not
well,
gonna take them.
that doesn't, that's okay. But the thing is, there's a bunch of NPCs around, and I have like 33 hit points that can be distributed through all those NPCs so that they all don't die.
Yeah, let's stabilize them. Exactly.
So I'm basically, I will say that to her as I give 7 to Tanton, 9 to Trent. Wait, 7 to Brandon's character, 9 to Mia Tanton, 12 to me, which will put me at 51.
Yes, that'll be 51. You said 7 to Rowan?
Yes, 7 to Rowan,
Okay,
9 to Mia Tanton.
So 34
and
for you, Rowan, and then 42 for Tanton.
that actually
One of the
gives
greatest numbers ever.
That's true. The answer to everything.
28. That gives 32 hit points to spread out to all of the NPCs.
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
I basically, I mean, as I say that to her and I'm doing this, I'm like, the question is, when will they get to us, and will somebody else get to us first? And
she says, that is an excellent question. And by this point, everyone else has arrived, and so you're able to hear that she says, I had received word that you would be coming out this way. As you know, I was sent out here to the Arcane Congress of Onder. The King of Brayland himself felt that it was important, and it appears that he was right. We've been concerned about the possibility of terrorist attacks and sabotage. I didn't know that you would be the sort of root of it, but I had a bad feeling. The 12 had notified me that you would be taking the Oracle of War to Thrain, and I knew that the flight path was going to take you over Onder. When I saw the storm brewing, I knew that I wanted to go up and see if I could make things go as smoothly as possible, until we found the opposite. And she turns to you, Tanton, and she says, I know you were on board the Cerberus sailor when it blew up, but no one would know this better than you. Did that strike you as the way a ship would normally break up even in a lightning storm?
No, not at all.
And her face is grim, and she says, I was afraid of that. Have any of you found anything here on the field or around this area?
This is the Archmage asking?
Yes.
Illyrian will extend the diamond.
And she sort of takes a look at it, and you notice, Tanton, your mage hand that you use, she uses a version of this, except it seems as if her hand shimmers as if there is a magical field over it. It's almost like she's wearing a glove almost, and the diamond kind of turns in her hand as she looks at it and glows a bit, and then she nods and she says, that's what I thought. These are part of things called flux chargers. They are illegal, or at least they have been since the last war. It is a binding of an elemental, terrible process, I'm afraid, to bind not only an elemental to a device, but to bind two elementals to each other, and then into that device. It creates something which is, under the right conditions, quite unstable. For example, when struck by one of the requisite elements of those bindings. If this was, say, fire and lightning, strike it with lightning, and a massive explosion would occur. A few of those in the elemental ring around an airship, and she shrugs and then indicates the flaming debris around all of you. And she says, except this, and she holds it up again, sort of not with her, it's shimmering, so like hovering between her fingertips, is incredibly expensive. Individuals can't afford this, but governments can.
Captain.
And the captain says, yes, still kind of like breathing a little bit heavy, but yeah.
One must presume that you know the construction of your ship.
I do.
If these are so illegal, were they part of that construction?
Absolutely not. And she like, you don't even need an insight check to know that
she takes offense at the question.
Oh, no, actually, no,
Oh.
Not the question. She is furious, though. So she's covered in blood. She's a mess. She's also, and remember, you have seen her as this, like, calm, sort of like whatever. She looks absolutely, like, just livid and says, some filth put these things around my ship. And she's staring at the diamond that, I guess she sort of put in her hand, so she hovers it again, Narcy does, and de Leandar is staring, like just glaring at it. The filth put this around my ship, and she's sort of saying that either to you or to Narcy, but like is sort of staring in your general direction.
Who would have had access to be able to do that? And when?
And she nods and she says, the Council of 12 is the one that built the ship in the first place. My crew, though, is constantly there. And then she sort of like blinks and she says, the problem is that there are members of every nation aboard my crew. I would have sworn that any of them would have sacrificed their lives before giving up to something like this. And Narcy grimly says, one of them might have already. And Leander just sort of stares at her, and this time not in anger, but like what?
Oh.
Yeah.
I suppose it is theoretically possible to guess at one of two potential likelihoods, which is whoever has access to the ship the most enough to do this unnoticed, and whoever suddenly flush with enough resources that they'd be given the job to do it in exchange for coin as tall as their bodies in their coffers. Of course, the only people who'd be capable of knowing the answers to either of those questions would be the captain.
And she sort of like, you can see she's like processing it, and the Cerberus sailor was put together, as I say, by the Congress of 12. It became my ship after it was commissioned, and since that time I have been its captain. My house, as you know, has been in charge of transit through Corvair for generations. And that is true. You know that House Leandar is like the travel house that
Oh yeah, we've
you know,
dealt
like
with that before, yeah.
And she says, and she pauses, and then she says, I once had a member of my crew some years ago who revealed that before the ship had sailed, that they had stowed away someone on board, someone who was dangerous to the ship. We returned the person to the place from which they came, and then I took my mate and put him in prison myself, where he has been since then. And she sort of turns to look at all of you, and she says, when I find whoever this is, I want to see their eyes myself before I plunge in the blade. No one does this to my ship. And she looks a sight even healed with the blood coming down, like trying to like, you know. And Narcy says, we will need to investigate this further. And if this was done magically, and I can think of no other way how, then it makes sense that we are in a place where magic is part and parcel of the everyday fabric of the world. My suggestion is... Oh, go ahead, Dan.
The other aspect is the timing of it. If it was to get us, this is something that could have been done before we headed into the Moorland.
Yes.
The only difference now with this trip is the particular piece of equipment that is now, as far as I can tell, missing.
And so at that point, Leandar sort of kind of like nods and like, you know, because like, oh yes, that's right, as if just remembering because he's so focused on the ship. And Narcy says, I was afraid of this. The Oracle. So you do not know where it is. Could it have been destroyed in the explosion?
Nope.
And none of you have seen anything of it?
No, not since the ship came apart, no.
And she kind of looks around at the field and she says, well, in answer to your question, Nisiana, before, I can bring you up to the towers of Arcanix where you can be healed and perhaps investigate more about this. But before we do that, I think the first order of business must be to find that oracle. It presumably could not have been taken and spirited away, which means presumably it's somewhere around here, but thousands of feet. Surely it would not have... And then she sort of sees all of you staring at her, and she's like, you think it would have survived the fall as well?
Presuming it made it all the way down in the normal way.
It would have,
And she nods.
unfortunately.
Then I am open to suggestions. How would you like to search for this?
The person who's has the keenest eye should be put high to look for a crater.
And she nods, and Narcy indicates her broom and says, I don't know whether any of you feel like going back up in the air right now, but my broom is available to you, and it, at any rate, will not blow apart. And Captain Leandar growls. It's the only way to describe it. Growls.
What is the weight capacity of your conveyance?
We should be able to carry 600 pounds additional, I would think.
Oh, you intend to pilot the craft?
Yes. It won't go on its own, I'm afraid.
Valerian looks at Merime and says,
Who's got the best perception?
To be clear, by the way, Alarian, before you go on, in addition to her weight, so 600 additional.
Yep, I'm still outside it.
Yeah, no, I know.
It will not do it. Yep, that's what I figured. Either Rowan or Merime, as far as I believe.
Yeah, I've
Well,
got
I look at Rowan. I'm like, you're up for spotting
I
it?
mean,
He looks at the Rowan size.
My passive perception is again 17. I look at everybody looking at me and go, I'm happy to do the thing.
I can go if you want. Mine's pretty good too. It's 16 passive and plus 6 for a look, but it's up to you, Rowan. You took a bad hit when you fell down, but if you want to go, I respect your...
The other question there,
Bad
Valerian,
hits is what I do, and if I fall, I'll be falling around Nisiana. I'm sure I'll be fine.
Valerian looks at the Archmage. The other way we could do this is to split up and cover a different direction because there's a lot of space out here. If you have access to the spell Fly, that could also be of extreme use right now.
And she says, I might be able to do better than that, actually. And she looks up, and the way to describe it is she whistles. It sounds like this calling, sort of a falling bird cry. And
Shadowfax comes galloping out of it.
no. And you see another person riding a broom heading in your direction, and then comes to the ground, and Narcy walks over and says, so I'm sorry to do this to you, Illyrian, but would you mind if we borrow your broom? We need to do a search for something very important. And the person bows and says, it's quite all right. I can teleport myself back to the school. And a moment passes. The cameras are switched for some reason. And then... Okay, hang on a second. Just a moment, chat. Everything is confused, but we'll fix it.
Either way, I'm looking between my sister and Brandon and Rowan, and I'm like,
I think we can both go now because we
yes,
have two.
but I can only
rooms.
guidance one of you. Eberron.
Oh, I look to Rowan and I say, you know what? Your keen eye is going to really help us out here, and I offer him 1d10 of inspiration, Rowan.
And he can stack that with.
Or you can guide me because...
That's true, I can guide you. So basically, I touch your arm and I said, Eberron guide you.
Thank you.
So you got a D10 and a D4.
So I guess we're going airborne then.
Sounds fun.
She whispers to you, I'll fix you a D4.
So who is going where? Because obviously, do we have Mermaid going on one, Rowan going on another? Malarian can't go on this because of the weight. Nisian and Tanton, are you? What are you doing as this is happening?
Tanton he looks fairly deep in thought, but his dragon mark tattoos start glowing and he starts working on Spanner.
Okay. How do you even untwist metal? Like, I understand you could, like, I'm really curious to see.
I'm a very talented artificer.
No, I have no doubt.
Just I have the heat metal spell, so I can just.
I was literally about to ask.
If it helps, I can mend, so I can.
So do I.
Mending. So while he's doing one part, I can be mending the other part. But I guidance Merime, so and then I tease Rowan with. If you fall, I can fix you.
Is there a welding montage, by the way, as like Tanton? Yeah, exactly. Okay. So the two of you take off. So I am going to ask Merime and Rowan, I would like each of you, please, to roll a 10-sided die for me.
A 10-sided die? Ooh.
Yes.
And while you're doing that, Tanton also asked the captain, look through the people, whether they are living or not, and see if any of your crew are missing.
And she nods and heads off, barking orders to one of her, like, one of the soldiers who's, like, capable of functioning, like, the crew is, like, kind of moving around. Okay. So we have an 8, we have a 5. All right. So, Merime, as you are passing over the field, I'm going to... I see you pass perception 60. Yeah, I'm going to ask you to make a perception check then. Your passive perception gives you the chance to do something with an active perception check.
Drink!
12
okay.
Only.
Yeah, you see a lot of flaming debris. You see several bodies, although all of the ones that you see are being now attended to by people who are sort of scurrying about down below. And you can see that there is a...
Can I still use my... I just remember that I got a guidance from Nisiana. Can I add it on?
Oh, sure. Actually.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, that's the reason I have it. 16 now.
So 16? Okay.
Yay, thank you.
Yeah, I think what you can learn from that is the fact that there is this radius within which the ship's debris landed. And so the idea that unless the Oracle was spirited away before it landed, as Tanton suggested, then it's going to be somewhere within the radius of this, general large field that you landed in, presumably. Rowan, for you, I would like you to make a perception check, please. Same reason. The passive perception is giving you an opportunity for this active one.
Aha. I'm going to Tides of Chaos to roll this at advantage.
Okay.
And remember, you have a D10 on top.
Yes, you have an inspiration.
Perception.
Wow.
So I guess I'm
Going with
rolling
that-
that D10 then.
Going out with a 10.
Oh my gosh.
10
Do
or a
it.
10? How about a 10?
For the audience, that was a 10 and a 10.
10 and a 10.
16
16,
also.
okay.
That's
So what this
Okay.
that's actually very funny, because what that does is, as the two of you are sort of swooping around looking down below, you both fixate on, there's one, so there's, debris. There's one area towards the edge of the field. I mentioned that there were these piles of what look like compost, but one of them is quite near some of this flaming debris. The rest of the piles are not that near the debris. The debris just seems to have landed haphazardly around, but not on top of them, except for one. And as you all sort of, I guess you can't triangulate with two of you, but as you sort of like kind of focus in,
fine.
you all, you line in. You can all see, you can both see that there does seem to be something sticking up from the top of this flattened compost pile. Like basically the compost piles are all heaped a certain way. This one is sort of lower and discombobulated, and something is sticking up out of it, you
Full
think.
of screaming worms. Thank God none of us are druids.
Oh my god. Oh, you just had to do that, Trent. Jesus.
Well, the cult's already starting, so don't worry about it.
So yeah, go down and check it out, I guess, if Rowan and I are kind of both.
Yeah, Rowan, are you going to instruct your driver to do the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going to get very close. Well, I'm moving very slowly. I want to
Okay.
slowly gain more information before you start touching things.
Okay.
I'll ping Rowan telepathically because we're within range. I assume now it's 120 feet. I'll be like, you got my back, right?
Yeah, as
Okay,
much as I can.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll go in first. Maybe the Archmage can go in first. I'll go in first.
If it looks like you're going to be suffering, I will kill you. Don't worry about it.
I can bring you back. It's okay.
And so she, Narcy sort of pilots it down. And so Rowan, you're able to, as you're circling about, see that Marimé, as you reach the ground, you can see that sticking up out of the compost pile is a very familiar looking trumpet, like curved trumpet that extends out of a device.
Good. Oh, I'll ping Rowan. I see it. It's buried, half buried, but I see it.
Is that our oracle?
I'm assuming so. Do you have big bees or something to pull it out? Because I don't.
Do I have a spare? Please tell me.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I do not have any spare spell slots for a big bee's hand.
That's fair.
There was a lot of Bigby's hand in the last session, by the way.
What if I use shatter? I just like shattering things.
Sure. Why? What could go wrong?
Oh, please.
I'll turn to the, because we each had like a driver who was like basically a mage, right?
Right.
Yeah. Can you help us get that out?
And
Pretty heavy.
And you went with Narcy. Which one of you went with Narcy?
I assumed that was me.
Okay.
One of them
me
is
too.
alone because the person who brought the broom down teleported back up, right?
That's right, actually.
I'm alone then. I'm totally
that's
flying mad. Having a good time.
And the broom seems to be doing a lot of the work. For
Is the
you.
oracle heavier than 10 pounds?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So mage hand can't do it. Cool.
Sadly. Good thought though.
But Rowan, if you convey what Marimé has said telepathically to you to Narcy, it's up to you if you want to do that. But if you do that, well, first of all, let me ask, like, do you do that? Like point out where it
not
is
the
and
whole
everything.
thing. I say, I think we found something of note down here that we should retrieve. Can I ask you to grab that?
And she kind of looks down and then says, yes, we'll have to land first, though.
Fair enough.
So you do that. And then she gets up and walks over to this trash heap, this compost heap, and can see this sort of trumpet in it, and then sort of nods, and then says, perhaps take just a quick step back, Rowan.
I do,
Yeah.
and I put my metal arm behind my back so no one else can see that I have drawn my pistol.
Okay.
I hear her
Interesting.
say that, and I take a step back as well, but I'm keeping an eye on her and Rowan.
So
See what he's doing.
she begins to circle her hands around, and a little gust, a small little whirlwind builds, and then increases in size. And as she whispers over it, it kind of grows and glows in intensity. And then she pushes it over, almost as if she just like slightly pushes it, and it goes over towards the compost pile. The minute it hits the compost pile, the pile is just like, every which way. Rowan and Merime, you probably both have to duck as like, yeah, exactly. Bits of compost go flying everywhere. And after a moment, the pile has been redistributed to the rest of the field, and sitting there, still covered in a few pieces of compost and rotting leaves and things like that. But on the ground is the Oracle of War. And as the sort of wind gust dies down, Narcy nods and sort of looks at it and then says, so, this is the thing which has caused all the problems.
One of those things. And to be sure, it's not responsible for the problems themselves. It's just a tool that the hands of those who like to cause them would like to continue grasping at.
She nods and she says, I understand, but I wish that such tools were not so sought after, nor were so dangerous once they arrived in those hands. She says, it is a strange fate we should suffer such fear and doubt. No, she doesn't say that. Just kidding. Sorry, Tolkien Estate, just joking.
Over such a
Demonetized.
Such a large,
Suddenly,
heavy
the
thing.
large thumping on Arv's door in the middle
Exactly.
of the night.
Kool-Aid man. You are in violation. Okay.
They'll just send the English Pinkertons.
Yeah, no kidding. So she, so having cleared it out of the way, she then.
One question as
sure.
that happens.
Yeah.
Are there any other diamonds nearby?
Perception check, please.
Yes. Ooh, that wasn't supposed to be advantage, but 15.
Not that you see. You don't think so. There are lots of, compost leaves and flaming debris, and the diamonds that you did find were not very big. So it would not be surprising if some of them are, there's a couple more hiding in the field somewhere maybe, but definitely not that you can see close by. She whispers a few more words, and something you're all familiar with, Merime and Rowan, from Tantin's neck of the woods, and that is a floating disc appears underneath it. Yep, and then
Brilliant.
pulls it up, and the oracle is on it, and she turns and says, well, that is a relief, at least. One that is well-deserved. We should get you up to safety, and this field and this area cannot be safe given what has just happened. And she kind of looks around and she says, even if I believed that Onder was able to keep this area secure, given what's just happened, and she sort of shrugs helplessly, I don't know who to trust now, and so that means we need to reconvene as quickly as we can in a place of relative safety. And so now I actually have a question now that I'm thinking about it for Tensors. Tensor stays within range. How fast can that move, Tantin?
It doesn't mention a speed. It just says that it stays 20 feet behind.
That's what I thought. So then it should be able. Yeah. So she should be able to move in sort of like without flying too quickly, and have it like trail behind her broom, I would think.
But it stays at like 5 feet above the ground. If she goes like
right, no, she wouldn't
rides her
go any
broom
further.
over
Yeah,
a
no.
cliff, it'll just drop.
Yeah, she wouldn't do that.
Right.
So then, Rowan, if you're willing, and Marimé, if you are, you can both get back on your brooms and return to the rest of your party, where several more people with brooms have arrived since then. And you notice, Nisiana and Ilarion, and Tantin, that, well, Tantin may not be because Tantin's focused on Spanner. But Ilarion and Nisiana, you definitely notice that as these are moving, they all have these blue cloaks and blue pointed hats that they're wearing. And in fact, I believe...
And they're from Bobaton.
I have... say again?
They're from Bobaton.
They're from Bobaton, yeah. So
could not help it. As we're
was
just
right-
watching every stream possible.
it was right
I
there,
have
yeah.
no idea what that means.
Me
It's
neither.
a Potter reference. Harry Potter reference.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's see.
I can't believe I actually mentioned it on stream. I was all sorts of trouble.
Yep.
Mm.
It's
Now someone's knocking on John's door.
I know exactly. Excuse me, sir. All right. I have an image for you that I have just put up on stream. Because this is what the floating school of Arcanix looks like.
Ooh.
And the people on the brooms are the staff/faculty/administrators. They basically all dress in some version of this. And they travel with these brooms or teleportation spells from place to place. But those towers have been sort of floating above the ground for many, many years, held aloft through the use of magical crystal. And unlike, by the way, the elementals that I've mentioned before, the floating towers, and there are 4 of them, are not held aloft by elemental power, but are held aloft by magical power. Rowan, you know that elemental work is one of the things that sort of, I mean, everybody knows that elements and then binding elementals and so on is one of the biggest sort of significant ways in which Eberron gets its magic. The magic that you do, actually, that wild mages do, that sorcerers do, and so on, is relatively rare. Most of the power that you find there comes from the houses of making, like the House of Cannith, or the the dragon marked houses, or the elemental binding machines and things like that, right? The machines that have elementals bound within them. So it's unusual to have magic with this kind of potency that's able to do stuff like this, but that is what the Arcane Congress and Arcanix, the magic school, is known for. So these are magically held aloft things, and the brooms are magically maintained, not elementally maintained. So that is something to consider. Okay, so she, when you all arrive back with the Oracle, you can see that a few of them sort of look curiously at this, and Narcy says, "Never mind any of that. This is going to be going up with us, and we will be sending you it personally. As for the rest of you, I need you to prepare a teleportation spell. We're going to bring as many of these people on board at a time and then come back. And all of them, or at least most of them, should be going to the medical wing." And the ones in the blue cloaks bow and sort of nod and say, "As you say, it will be done," and so on, and go off to do those various things. And Narcy turns back to you and says, "Given the circumstances and given what has happened, I would, as I say, invite you to the floating towers of Arcanix. The Arcane Congress is going to want to know more about this, and the Arcane Congress is not going to have its towers brought low because of sabotage, at least not the elemental kind. Until we can figure out what exactly has happened here, it seems to me that it makes sense, at least until the morning, to arrange this. I should by then be able to construct a mass teleportation spell with some of my colleagues, and that can get you the rest of the way to the Keeper of the Silver Flame, where I know you were headed. It's up to you, but traveling on foot," and she kind of like shrugs, "it will take a while. And if you all look at the map there, you'll see that it probably would take a while to get to where you were going.
I've never been teleported. This will be fun.
Yeah, and we're too exposed here with the Oracle. The sooner we get somewhere safe, the better.
Correct.
I'd much
And
prefer
teleportation.
weren't traveling with the exposed Oracle to a new place quite so quickly, but you are correct that we are exposed.
How are you going to get the Oracle there?
And Narcy smiles and she says, as to that, we have several things that we've worked out on our own. And she lowers the disc to the ground. And then she takes from her pocket of her cloak this glowing purple gem. And she puts it on the disc right next to the Oracle. And then she looks at you, Tanton, and she says, Tanton, if I may, I know you've been exposed to this Oracle much more than I have. My question for you, do you think that the magical fields surrounding this, specifically any elemental fields surrounding this, are strong enough that they would conflict, at least enough to create a dissonance in the magical field? You think, Tanton, basically what she's just asked you is, does the Oracle create this massive anti-magic field that's going to blow things up if she tries to do something magically, is her basic question, from an elemental point of view.
No, I do not believe so. If it were that sort of a situation, we've been in conditions where it would have been triggered before.
And she nods and she says, and Rowan, and she turns to you, have you sensed any surges of magic from this thing out of nowhere? Something where it suddenly summons creatures or disappears entirely or teleports miles away or something like that?
What, the box?
Yes.
No, but I'm the person here who's known it the least.
Yes, there are the little drones that it sends out, but that's not the same thing as what you're asking.
She nods and she says, yes, but, Rowan, you know the magic of this the best. At least you're the most attuned to the magic of this thing. Does that surprise you? She asks. Yeah.
It does incredibly surprise me all of a sudden, and I stare at the box, and I want to make an Arcana check.
Okay. Can I ask what you're determining as you do so?
Everything.
If there's anything about the box that is noteworthy, without advantage, that is an 8. So I guess I learned nothing at all.
It's definitely magical. I mean, one thing that you can say for sure, though, it does always, in your presence, you always feel the sort of, almost as if you were moving past something that was creating friction on the skin. There is a kind of energy, magical energy field probably around it. But it is a magical energy field which has generally operated in a fairly steady way. The exception to that was something that you would not know, because I don't think you were there for this, but it's something we like to call third protocol activated, which all of you remember a little bit about that. But that was not in your presence. You unless you were sort of directly paying attention, and I don't think you were, you wouldn't know if there were these surges, like when it puffed out the blue smoke or when it like spoke the line in front of the Council of 12 and all that. You would have had to be like, I'm looking to see if it's magical, so you don't know about that. From as far as you can tell, Rowan, magically, it's been a pretty steady magical presence. A strong one, but a pretty steady one.
Over the course of the period of time that Rowan's been with us, we would have told him about all that stuff.
Okay, well, that's fine. Then yeah.
I made a whole song about the third protocol.
Right.
It
Very
goes
catchy.
on.
I put my metal hand on the Oracle.
You die.
Yeah.
What? Sorry.
Well, that was it for me.
You are destroyed.
Have a good
no,
one, everyone.
No. I want you to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
wow.
Rand.
Your
Not
favorite.
my fault. It's not my fault.
22.
Wow.
When you put your metal arm on the box, there is a moment where you feel this disturbing sensation of being drawn forward and into the oracle. It's what it feels like. You don't actually do that, but it feels that way. And as you sort of like, assert your will, I guess might be a way to say it, there is just a moment where you are sort of holding on to it. And there is a flash in your mind of some barren wasteland, black stone and dirt and debris and roaring volcanic winds. And for just a moment, you feel as if your hand is touching not this box, but another one. Dark, black, almost obsidian in color. Just for an instant. And then you're standing there with your hand on the box. And the rest of you have just seen Rowan standing there. Like, I don't know what Rowan does. Rowan's going to tell us now, but...
Totally silly. This is me essentially going, I am not trained in these things, so I'm just gonna brute force magic logic and see what happens to my body. Just before that, like, flash ends, as I'm looking down and observing this other oracle, I am going to Misty Step. Only a handful of feet.
I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure it's fine.
Not being fine is actually more information than nothing happening.
Yeah. I mean, that's a positive spin.
I absolutely love this. Okay. You Misty Step. For a moment, those of you outside this situation, just watching Rowan, and this is all happening within a few seconds, because I imagine a few of you are like, wait, don't touch the, like all that kind of thing, whatever, or whatever. But like, so what you observe is Rowan's body kind of stiffen, right? And what Rowan, you experience is, for a moment, you feel as if you are standing, not just looking at the box, but you're aware of your body standing next to the box and a presence behind you.
He's looking for the button on his soundboard.
I'm waiting to see what you do.
Well, if you turn to look at him, turn to page 85. And
yeah, exactly.
I turn immediately. I am not even hesitating.
Okay. Towering above you is something you have seen before. And as you look up at the sharp metal edges, the armored gray metal body, you stare up into the red, implacable eyes of the Lord of Blades, who stares down at you and says, "What have you done with my oracle?" Reaches out to you, and then you're back standing with your companions. And I would say there's a little bit of a static shock. You kind of stagger. You're not hurt, but you stagger back a bit from the box.
No, yeah. Y'all see me? So, again, holding the box, it's been a handful of seconds. Nothing is happening. I'm just staring blankly at the oracle, not moving. And then you see me turn around and then fire a firebolt right behind me.
Okay, so you do that. Like, And literally, like 5 places within a second, 5 places converge, and there are just wands and staves out, all facing. And Narcissa holds a, whoa, wait. Everyone stand down. Stand down. Like there, you know the scene in Star Trek 6 where like all of the people come when the phaser like is fired off in the ship, and like every security officer shows up from every, like mages everywhere, basically, right? And they all stop, and she says, it's fine. And they all sort of like take a few steps back, and then she says, Rowan, are you all right?
Very panickedly, I take my hand off the oracle. Did I move at all when I misstepped?
Your body stiffened. You felt your body for a moment standing next to the whatever this other oracle is, looking down at it and then turning around. So you were aware of your body in space, but you did not move. You did not move. No, not here.
Who do I know in the party knows what the Oracle of Bones is supposed to look like? Trent would, Mia Tanton would know.
Yeah, he would have talked with, what's his dwarf about it?
Right, Soul Ring.
So
thank you. Yeah, that guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I take my hand off the Oracle. I am sweating.
Yeah.
My breath is labored. I turn from the mages to Tanton and say, it's black, right?
And he's still working on Spanner. And he's like, it's more of a muted gray. It's like
the Oracle of Bones is its obsidian.
Oh.
Dead silence from the mages, by the way, especially from Narcy and Captain. Oh no, Captain Leandar is doing stuff. So just Narcy, but Narcy is like sort of stares at you.
And Tanton's kind of looking around to try to figure out if even mentioning the Oracle of Bones is something we should be doing around other people. But it
really is now just Narcy mostly. The mages have basically left, but yeah.
And he's like, it's like cranking a tool to tighten some, shoulder joint, and he just looks up at Rowan and just very quietly, subtly nods.
I'm gonna hook us up mentally and say, if you don't want to talk in front of her, we can do this in our minds.
Oh, that would definitely be preferable. Thank you.
I saw it.
The Oracle of Bones.
And I saw who has it.
Well, we know who has it.
Well, we know who has it. Yeah, that's
the Lord
clear.
of Blades, the nightmare
and
thing.
They
yeah.
saw me.
Okay, that's bad.
You
That's
saw
not
it
good.
where?
Some desolate place. I didn't have enough time to give you details. I can't draw a sketch, but I touched the Oracle and I was there.
So another plane of existence, something you haven't seen. Something you've never been to, something that doesn't exist as far as you know on Corvair.
A place, as far as I can reckon with just my eyes, is worse than even just standing in the Mournlands for an hour.
Oh, that's nice. I
Right?
wonder if
Let's move.
I wonder if the skull actually can do the same thing. Something to deal with later. But yes, I agree. We should move.
There are parts of the Mournland that you haven't seen yet. It doesn't all look like the places that we've been.
Mm-hmm.
The glass plateau is amazing to look at, but it's not a place you want to go.
That fills me with a lack of curiosity and even greater fear. Also, did I mention that the Lord of Blades saw me?
Well, I mean, he's seen you before, but the fact that he saw you in this instance, that's
That's not good.
Did you hear anything? Was there sound around you?
As much sound as a place that has been ruined can make, which is still sound.
What did the Lord of Blades do when it saw you?
It tried to grab me, which I don't like. I think I know very little about most things that I can't control with my own two hands. but I think I just spoke to the Oracle, and I don't like what I heard. And while I think that it is uniquely valuable that I can do that, I don't want to think about that for the next
Wait, you spoke
16
to him?
hours.
What did you say?
I think my magic and its magic, as they said, are
Aligned
somehow,
in some way.
which is a bad sign considering I am not in large control of my magic.
Uh-huh.
And how did she know that? So we're all just like looking at each other, and she knows exactly what we're doing, but
I'll be frank, I don't know, but that's a problem we can solve at a later point
agreed.
when we're not in the middle of a plateau after being shot out of the sky.
So he reached for you.
He did.
Did he say anything?
The thing you would expect him to say.
That's a very long
What?
conversation. Was there anything specific?
His desire to have our oracle. As expected, again.
That's a great spot for us to take our break. You are watching day 56 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. I absolutely adore this campaign and these players. This is the waiting game part 2. If you like what you see and hear, please follow the channel, support us in all the ways. And if you're like, I can't wait for more, after our break, you'll get more. And next week, you will get 8 hours of this. What's going to happen? You'll know as part of ArvCon 2024. Right now, though, it is 9:54. We will be back here about 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll run until 11 p.m. Eastern as per usual. I am joined, as always, by the amazing Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozick, Brandon O'Brien. And I caught that giggle, Marie. This time it will be 11 o'clock per usual. There will be no mini marathon today. It's true. It's very true that there will be no free fall
Quick,
combat.
Someone,
Let us hope.
someone go find us a combat. That takes at least an hour for us.
Exactly. But we will be back in about 5 minutes. Until then, everyone, please hold tight. All right. Welcome back, everybody.
Well,
welcome back to day 56 of D&D with Infinity Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War, etc., etc. And we are in part 2 of the waiting game, although there hasn't been a whole lot of waiting. There's been a lot of
And
lot
you
of
have been
movement for all
possessed
that
by
stuff.
Yul Brenner.
What?
You have been possessed by Yul Brenner.
Why? Because of the
etc., etc.
Oh, etc., etc. Yeah. That's right. That's right. So we are back together with the crew, and we will play for about another hour, and that's good because there's stuff to address. Having to do with
hour,
this.
he said.
Yeah. No. This one is. I'm not going to be doing any free fall combats this time around.
I told Carrie you'd said that, and she said, "I'll see you in about 1."
Yeah. I fortunately we have some limitations to some of this. So a question I have for the party though is there anything else that you want to do down here at the field before heading up to Arcanix in the sky?
The only thing I will do over the telepathic link is pose the question, if you can do that with the Oracle, I wonder if what you can do with the skull I have. The crystal skull I have.
I don't know, and I'm curious to learn, but maybe...
Not here.
Maybe in a room with walls.
Okay.
Secondarily, Tantin, can you help me with a thing?
It depends on the thing.
A project has come to mind.
Oh dear.
I'd like a rifle, if possible.
A sniper rifle?
Any long gun will do, so long as it can still fit in here. We are still mentally communicating, but everybody else sees me raise my hand silently.
Like, yeah.
Larian cocks her head. Like, that'll be interesting.
And as soon as you say, as long as this fits in here, that's where he's like,
like
I kind of offer a half apologetic grin at the Archmage, knowing that she knows exactly what I'm doing, because I assume she knows Kalashtar abilities.
Yes,
so
and
just a little like.
She has a slight smile on her face, possibly. But yeah, if you have anything on the field, or you wish to head up,
I think it's best for us to go.
I would also like to try one more time. I'm not like spending a great deal of time actually looking for it, but while we are still present, I'm going to make one more sweep for any diamonds nearby.
Okay, let me have one more perception check from you. Incidentally, what Narcy explains is that little purple gem that I described that she put next to the Oracle of War is synchronized magically with a purple gem up in Arcanix. And so it basically makes it easier to teleport it directly and unerringly without, possibility of being moved there. 22, huh?
Wow.
That is critical perception hit. So
natural 20 more specifically.
Yeah, natural 20. So
when it becomes a diamond miner, he just leaves.
Exactly. He's just like he looks around and sees everything is diamond. So not so much, but you do see that there is one more person coming back towards Narcy, holding something glittering, and you can see that it is another diamond. So your perception check basically didn't find the diamond. It found someone who was holding the third diamond that they must have just found, which makes 3 diamonds. And you do recall there were 3 creatures that attacked you. If it's true that these were all bound to one of those creatures, this may be all that are there, possibly. But that is what you see, Ron.
Can I have that?
And the mage is like does not give it immediately and is kind of like gives you this like, what? Look. What? Well, I don't. And Narcy says, it's fine. And the mage kind of suspiciously looking at you hands over the diamond.
Thank you very much. I immediately put it away.
Okay. And
that reminds me, I didn't get the one I gave the Archmage back, did I?
No. I mean, you could ask for it
I
back,
don't
I guess.
I don't really care.
Okay.
I'm taking it off my list.
Yep.
I had it on my list. Now it's gone.
Mm-hmm. And Narcy says, Rowan, I imagine that we'll hear from you about what your theory is about these diamonds at some point.
At some point, I'm not very good at theories. I'm good at hunches.
And
We'll do our best.
And she nods and she says,
Yeah, I just sort of steps in. We'll do our best.
yeah, he's okay. So they say, so Narcy says, very well then, if everyone could gather fairly close together and sort of like encourages you to gather into a
So this is on the Oracle
close
of War is on a Tensor's floating disc, yes?
Yes, which has been lowered to the ground, and on the disc next to it has been placed this purple gem.
Right.
Does it matter if I sit on this thing?
Like sit on the Oracle?
No, sit on the Tensor's floating disc.
I don't know that there's going to be room on the disc for you and the Oracle, because the Oracle, as I recall, when Tanton was using this, took up a lot of it, like just space-wise, because I don't think the disc is enormous, right? But I may be wrong about that.
It's like, I think 5 feet in diameter.
So there wouldn't be more room on that.
But the only reason we did it that way is that because the Oracle was too wide to fit through the mouth of the bag of holding. Was the only reason we went with the
right. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. So assuming you all gather together, Narcy sort of raises her hands. A couple of the other mages come over, also raise their hands and chant. And then you have a sort of you have a moment of slight nausea as something all of a sudden you feel like as if you've been lifted up into the air bodily. And you emerge in a room which is made of white marble. And you arrive inside the room. There's kind of a breeze blowing through the window, the open window, and you can see the sun glittering much closer than you were when you were on the ground. And if you were to sort of look out the window, you would see far below you the fields that you just left in the distance. You are now in one of these 4 grand towers. I should point out, by the way, that each of these towers is built in these wildly varying architectural styles. But in almost every place that you can see, including the room where you are, there are similarly varied arcane lamps of different colors. And as you're all sort of like glancing and kind of blinking, adjusting, there's a moment that a shadow passes through the window or like by the window, and you're like, what? And then you realize that it was someone on a broom, and you suddenly realize that there's lots of people flying around the towers and in and out and darting up and through. And otherwise the tower itself feels completely stable. Like you don't feel any sort of movement or anything like that from the tower itself. And Narcy says, if you don't mind, this would be a good chance for me to go and make some arrangements. And I'd like to send a couple of healers to your room to make sure that you are fully healed as fast as possible. The Oracle
of War is there with us.
Oh, yeah. Right, sitting right there.
Oh, yeah,
sitting right there. Yep,
happen.
sitting right there. And you can actually see, now that you mentioned that, Tanton, that there is sitting on up against, there really isn't very much in this circular room, except
the other
that
purple gem.
I was just going to say that. Yep, up against the wall, next to one of the arcane lamps, is a glowing purple gem that's literally been set into the wall. And Darcy makes clear that Narcy is not going to take that with her. Narcy is like, this is under your, guard, etc.
You're absolutely right.
And she nods and she says, once you have been healed, may I recommend that you come to the dining room. There will be refreshments for you, and I know that some of the mages in charge here wish to speak to you about this. We'll need to speak to them anyway if we're to gather some information about what could have created this sabotage. And tomorrow, they will have gained enough power to be able to send all of you and the Oracle the rest of the way to the Keeper of the Silver Flame.
That sounds great. When we meet you for supper, can we talk about teleportation spells and those little purple diamonds as well? I'm very interested in learning more.
She nods. She says, I would be happy to do so. these towers themselves, are composed really of magically infused stone. And it is that stone which, combined with the resonance of these purple gems, allows this to happen. This is a particular one, and she kind of like points at it. And as she points her finger up at it, you can see the Merime, the purple almost blurs a little bit, as if it's reacting to energy from her hand or from something. And she says, "This is known as cornerite. It is a particular kind of very, very rare crystal, and when combined with the right magical resonance, can be very powerful. It is, if you will, magnetic in nature. It always wishes to return to its partner." And you can see, as you look down, Merime, the purple gem that was on the Tensor's disc next to the Oracle is kind of like, sort of like shivering a bit, almost shaking. And Narcy finally puts her finger literally on the purple gem, and the other purple gem from the disc flies up and clicks and like attaches to the purple gem. And she says, "You see?" And then she kind of weaves a little, some kind of spell around it, and it falls into her hand, but not fast. And you can almost see her kind of pulling as if she were pulling a magnet away to get it away from this other thing.
That's fascinating. I've heard of the teleportation spell, and I've always wanted to learn it, and might someday. Spoiler alert. But the thought of not knowing quite or not being assured of where you'll land always frightened me. This is I know it's not a solution that can be carried elsewhere, since it resonates, it's attuned with your towers, but this is fascinating. There must be other ideas.
They tell me that the reason that it exists was because there are so many magical flows, if you will, eddies, currents within and around these buildings, that if you were to teleport in the normal way, it's likely you wouldn't end up where you intended. And obviously, if you ended up, let's say, outside a wall, you'd all be in the same scenario you found yourselves in several hours ago. And
we don't recommend that.
Yes. And so, to guarantee this teleportation, they have created this system. A teleportation spell, when channeled through one of these cornerite stones, will allow you to unerringly go to where the other one is placed. They are split off, broken from each other. I take one, the other piece remains here. There are several of these teleportation rooms in each of the 4 towers.
Thank you. That's maybe we'll talk some more, especially if we have to return here. Maybe there's ways that would make it easier for us.
She nods. I'd be happy to do so.
Actually.
Thank you.
So she nods and then departs, and I'm just going to mention the party will have a chance to chat if they wish to before the dinner. But first, I wanted to mention that there are several healers who then arrive and heal you completely. Now, your spell points are not healed. Like that, you don't gain those back, but your hit points are maxed out. So Nician is at 103, Larian's at 105, and I think 52 on the Aegis. Okay. Merime is up at 138 now. And Tantin is at 84, he said. And Rowan is at 69.
Nice.
Once again, obligatory nice. There we go. Okay. All right. So they heal you. And the thing I want to note is, Niciana, this is for you. They do so, clearly are not dragon marked. The healers here, although they are clearly not mages, they are sort of clerics of some kind, but they seem to be healers that are using the sort of, again, the flow of magic in this place to sort of, you might even say, enhance the healing that they're doing. And that's the thing that's striking. When you heal someone, you can feel the sort of power flowing from your faith, from your God, and through you and to the people that you heal. This feels very much instead as if they are gathering magic from around them. It almost looks like they're doing that, combining it together and then using it to sort of put over the person. And as you are bathed in this magic, you are healed. It's a different methodology that you're not familiar with, but it's astonishing how quickly it works, from your experience anyway as a healer.
I do as much noting as I can so that I can put it into a report back to my Baron, because interesting.
Yep. And then they bow and depart.
That is fascinating. The next thing, as soon as everybody departs, I'm like, I just kind of look at the group and I say, we're not leaving this thing alone, are we?
No,
No,
So
too
we'll have to-
dangerous.
I'm not required to be at the meeting. I think all of you can handle that, so I will stay here and guard the Oracle.
How far is the meeting?
Is that for me?
Yeah, like
Alright.
how far about like which?
You would from the way that you described it, it should be like maybe 5 minutes walk, maybe less. It's on the same floor, and it is in a place that they call the High Table. You don't know what that means, but it's apparently the room where this is taking place. I should note that they have also have asked for the Oracle of War to come with, precisely because they don't want it to be leaving your possession. So they have actually asked for you to come with the Oracle so that it is not left alone. They've
okay.
gone out of their way to do that.
That's another option. So yeah.
That works.
You see, by the way, a lot of people sort of walking around outside there. As you open doors or look through things, you can see people passing by. And there are a lot of people who sort of kind of are taken aback when they see you, but you don't think it's like, oh, it's you. Like they don't seem to know you specifically. It's like, oh, it's people that aren't wearing cloaks. Like they give you, they're sort of like wearing the robes that we are, like they're all
I
like,
have my tattered green cloak I've had since level 1. How dare they?
but you're not wearing blue. Like you are definitly not students or
Yeah.
faculty, and they're just like, what? Like they seem very curious about you.
All right.
If we can get something to cover said Oracle.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That would be
As soon as the disc forms underneath it, Tanton just puts a sheet or something that he's got over the top of it.
Okay.
to cover it.
Because
Making it so much less noticeable.
no, it's noticeable. It's just I just don't want the thing just sort of hanging out.
Yep.
The
Well,
spanner
this-
is functional. Those little desk toys. It's like a dog that's got little rubber bands in them, and you push the bottom up, and they come out. He's sort of like that. He just kind of, when he walks, it's all jello-y. It's he's some parts need to be tightened up, but he can move.
Okay.
For Spanner.
This is constant transformation.
I still pat him on the head.
And his head going.
I don't pat him that hard. Oh, poor boy.
So, do we have any theories as to who attacked the ship? Was it related to us or to someone else, or?
I mean, the list of enemies we technically have is.
And we hadn't reached the ambassador yet.
There are too many variables to keep in mind for us to be sufficiently answer this question. Someone could have struck us from the council precisely because they didn't want any other territory to know that it was related to them. But they could just as easily want see the same value in attempting to attack the council itself.
Or they don't
This
want
could
us
have
to-
nothing to do with us and simply be a matter of
We're in the wrong
territory
place at the wrong
politics.
time. Yeah.
don't want the ambassadorial mission to succeed, want to make the council afraid by showing them that their power isn't almighty.
The only thing I
Well.
think would be the most accurate assumption to make is that it's likely this wasn't the Lord of Blades because he wouldn't want to lose this oracle.
And the fact that you found it in the garbage, literally, instead of any kind of recovery mission being sent for it. I mean, if they knew where we went down, those forces would have come for it if it had been him. So I think we can rule that out.
I think it might be agreed. Oh, sorry, Tenton.
Oh, go ahead.
I think it might be of interest to note too that we were taken down probably by some form of someone with great magical knowledge or magical power in a place near where there is a lot of magical knowledge and magical power where we are currently located. So we might want to stay on our
Indeed.
guard while we're here.
This is part of the reason why I asked the captain to check and see if any of her crewmates were missing.
Mm-hmm.
Because before we found the Oracle, I thought it distinctly possible that whoever might still be awake, someone who had been prepared for what happened, might have been able to grab a hold of the Oracle in free fall and teleport away, so they would not be here. However, since we did find it, I'm still left with my original thought that I cannot shake the feeling that the lightning strike from that storm was directed, because one lightning bolt hitting the exact spot it needed to cause that to happen, virtually impossible. Either someone on the ship drew the lightning to it, or someone in the storm threw the lightning at it. And they knew what they were doing.
Do we want to have a conversation with the mages before I send something to Halar? And can somebody point me in the right direction of where the Council of 12 is from this point?
Oh, it's that way.
Okay, thank you. But
we probably should report into him and let him know what the heck's going on in case he has information for us before we meet with the mages.
And also, just to let him know in case something goes sideways, at least he'll know where we ended up.
Exactly.
Because again, I'm not sure that it's a coincidence that we landed near this tower.
Okay, I can send 2 times to him. Do you have thoughts on what you want me to say?
How many words do you have?
25.
Hold on.
What was the name of the ship?
The Cerberus Sailor.
I don't know.
I would trim that down to skyship. We don't have room for the extra word.
Or just ship. He knew what we were on.
Yeah, ship, yeah.
True. Okay. Hang on a second. Ship. We're gonna say we're all in agreement. It was attacked.
Yeah. Let's keep it short and sweet. The information he needs.
Sabotaged.
Well, not sabotage. Ship attacked by unknown enemy is what it is.
But it was clearly sabotaged by those.
The crystals that were placed on board.
Yeah, so it was sabotaged as well, and that's important for him to know.
Okay.
Ship attack, sabotage. We survived.
Have Oracle. He'll need to know that.
Oracle. Where are we located?
Cone is plugged with compost currently.
No.
Need cleanup.
Where are we exactly, Yarv?
You were in Aundair, Aundair, in Arcanix, which is the magic school, the mage's school.
Let's just say in Arcanix. He'll know what it is.
Yeah.
Arcanix.
Like.
With. What's the name of the ambassador? Near Narcissus.
Are you talking about Narcy? Oh,
Narcy.
not an ambassador. Yeah, just Narcy of Xandar, which is I think it's Xan. Sorry, I keep saying Xandar. Xandra, Narcy of Xandra. So Narcy of Xandra. Xandra.
We're over here with Nasty of Xanadu.
So Narcy is not somebody he would know. I would actually need.
Yes, he would know Narcy.
Okay, gonna say with
100%.
Narcy.
Yeah.
Okay.
With Narcy.
In fact, she's probably his sort of. He's probably his rough command level You know, like she doesn't he like he's technically he's your supervisor, right? He's your boss technically, but she doesn't have a boss per se, but she would be on a similar kind of level of command.
Okay. Ship attack, sabotage, do we survive? Have Oracle in Arcanics with Narcy. Anything else you want me to say?
Do me a favor, read that one more time, please.
Ship attacked, comma, sabotaged, comma, we survived, that's 5. Have Oracle in Arcanics with Narcy, that's another 6. I have like 14 words.
Something like proceeding with mission. Because we will, unless we're not planning on it.
Proceeding with mission.
I think put that at the end. We're meeting with these mages. I think that's an important thing in case he needs to instruct us on anything there.
Yeah, I need
Meeting-
intel, like something.
With mages.
Re-ship incident. That's probably the primary reason. Then continue with mission. Orders at question mark at the end, and I think that's good to go.
So ship attack, sabotage, we survived, have Oracle in Arcanics with Narcy, meeting with mages, need intel, proceeding with mission.
Are we doing
Yeah,
that's good.
forwards?
We don't
What?
need to do
What?
orders. Just that's informing him. He'll come back if he has anything to tell us. So I think you're good
Proceeding
to
with
send that.
mission.
Tanton would like a boat to go fishing in Lake Galathar.
Nope, not saying that. What
Tanton
would you
Boat
have-
Galathar.
Ask him for a raise.
Oh,
Went
I-
flying was not fun.
I say fell 6. Fell. Was it 10,000 or 6,000?
6,000.
It was
It
There's 6,000 when the ship breaks up.
felt like 10.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
we can tell him that when we actually see him next.
I have extra words. He needs to know.
Need raise.
6K
Fell 6,000 feet. Splat.
6K feet WTF. Sincerely.
Anything else,
TKC.
Rowan? Tanton? TK. No?
I kind of want to send another message to somebody else, but that's
No, you know what?
Mm.
If you want to, you can. But King's. King's. Oh, I was like, fell 6,000 feet. King Citadel. I have one word left.
Wins.
Well, I was thinking wins, but
FTW. Is that one word?
no, I'm not putting FTW. Prevailed. Okay, this is what I'm gonna
Okay.
put this in both, so that you have it, and then in here, there.
Rowan mentally teleported to some horrible place and taunted the
You know
Lord of
what?
Blades.
That's. I don't have enough information to feel
that
like I can
definitely
talk
needs
about
to wait
that.
until a secondary point. I imagine.
I was going to
Less
say,
is more. Less is more.
also Rowan stuff. More details later. Sign.
Yeah. Weird shit going on.
Oh,
Love.
Speaking of, by the way, I wanted to say, Brandon, because you were not here last time, there was an opportunity before leaving to be in contact with someone. I don't want to do it now because I want to get through this, but I want to give you the opportunity, so please don't let me forget, to do a little bit of a flashback sequence if you wanted to meet with a certain individual that spoke to you at the Council of 12, if you know what I'm talking about. Because everyone in the
yes.
party thought you might want to, but they didn't want to like run it for you. So
That's
Yeah.
who I was gonna message.
yeah, I figured when you said it, I'm like, I have a feeling. So if you want to do it that way, we can also. Up to you. I don't want to stop us now, but I don't want it to wait for months. So just
I am
you know.
intrigued to flash that back, so
Okay.
we will flash it back then.
okay. All right, sounds good. We will try to do that probably during the opening of the session next time. That'll be a
Yep.
good
So
little
basically,
intro.
Halar, here. have,
Okay.
have a bit of something.
He's
Yes.
just trying to enjoy dessert. And he
Yeah,
gets
exactly.
this, like-
He's
Doings
just-
Every
are
time Laura
happening.
learns that we're still alive, it must be very surprising.
I imagine he's just chewing over a table somewhere, like his food, and he's just like, well, crap. You know, like, well, that
Well,
happened.
the important bit is that we survived and that the ship, people will know the ship exploded.
Yeah.
I needed him to know that we survived, and
right.
we have the Oracle.
Approximate response. Thank you for calling the Department of Motor Vehicles. Exactly.
Who did you call?
It's like, our office hours are from. Okay.
Right, that's 6732, not 6723. Damn.
Sorry. It was like, Johnny, you know something about an Oracle? Like what? Oh,
Yeah,
it's
I
like
think Hyundai made one.
Yeah, it's a Hyundai Oracle.
Yeah.
It's a classic vehicle. So Chad is really funny. Halar, is it me you're looking for? Is it me I'm looking for? Okay. So question, remind me, Jen, how long does it take theoretically for a response? I know this was messed up in the gray, but
It's let me, rather than just saying, let me just put it in there for you.
yeah, let me double check.
It's an intelligence score. I mean, not intelligence. Boop, 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 boop.
Can answer like matter. Okay, right.
Yeah.
So right
Immediately.
Time for me.
I think what would be really cool at some point is if you're in the gray and you get a response before you send the message.
Oh man.
Wow.
Sorry for your loss. Keep the faith. What loss? Loss.
Oh God.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, it's just Banner again.
Yeah.
To lose him so soon after he attained sentience, finally. What?
Oh, don't make me that. Don't make me.
It's okay. He's never going to attain
I know, but
sentience.
That you know of.
I don't know. Spanner 1 may have. He's in the gray. He may have.
No, as soon as I made the second one, the first one fell apart.
Except he was endowed with ribbons from me and Mermaid. Maybe he could feel our love and he's still alive in the gray somewhere.
I was about to say, in the gray, anything is possible.
Yeah.
Canton, the ghosts of all your Spanners come back to haunt you.
With the power of ribbon love.
I'm counting 25 words, so bear with me here.
Well done.
Yeah, whatever. It's okay. We're still playing. We don't need you.
Flee, all is lost, world ending.
No, it's easiest to just type them out in five words.
Yeah, no, I'm getting there. Let's see.
You can find a dimensional portal to the Sword Coast. Go there now.
The Sword Coast. No, I've never teleported like that before. That was cool.
Yeah, Eberron is a kind of a dimensional hub.
I thought that was Planescape.
That too. Where do you think they got it?
And Dragon or not, Ravenloft. They're all dimensional hubs. Yeah, it's true. True.
Not bent on revenge, Zed. Totally missing his favorite.
I don't know.
Like
being abandoned by your master? That's pretty revengey to me.
No, but everyone has been loved by Nisiana and Merime. So
you're not the master. They'll get along fine with you. It's Hampton that's the troublemaker.
Didn't make trouble. I made Spanner.
She did.
Now he's trouble. And just like that scene with Fred Gwynn in Pet Cemetery, that's your cat now. You know, kind of thing.
Nice.
Spanner and his two moms. That would be an awesome campaign.
That would. He would be the prettiest Spanner with the most dangerous mouthful of just everything.
Oh,
wood
so
chipper.
Okay.
We could make him more glittery. Oh,
All right.
sorry.
Yes. Okay. So you receive the following, and I'll put this in chat in just a minute. Message received. Glad all safe. Arcanics believed safe, but use caution. Will check on sabotage. Diplomatic situation worsening. Continue mission as soon as possible. Hilar.
God, he's so bossy.
He didn't have to put his name. We knew
I
it
was
was
just
going
going
to
to say
answer.
that's so wasteful.
Yeah, jeez, man.
He could
Hey,
have
you
said
know what?
these
He
spells
doesn't.
just be
He's
cast
not
on a
used to
whim?
this.
He
Yeah,
could have
so
said
it's okay.
kisses or something else. No.
Yours
So
in
she
haste.
basically does
Silver
the
Castle. Ah,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
and then she listens and she repeats it back.
Okay.
The message received, glad all is safe. Arcanics believe safe. But use caution. We'll check on sabotage, diplomatic situation worsening. Continue mission as soon as possible, Hilar.
Ah,
And then
delightful.
she's like, you should tell him at some point he doesn't have to sign his notes.
Signed strawberries.
But,
I'm
You
top
say it's just
secret mission
rhubarb.
boss.
Yeah. Rhubarb.
but I guess
All right, so we have the conversation with the mages, and then probably in the morning we head out to our actual destination. Is what it
Mhm.
sounds
Yes.
like.
that
we
it
need-
is important for us to bring the oracle to whose name I can't remember in the Silver Flame.
Kevin.
Oh, yes, you're speaking of. Hold on a second. I don't know if I actually named the.
I'm pretty sure you did, but Jen.
His name is Holden II. That's interesting.
It was the keeper of the Silver Flame.
To the keeper of
who
the
was
Silver
one-
Flame.
that's what I thought,
Ooh.
yeah. Okay. All right. So, in that case, you are now headed, as I understand it, to the dinner party. Because if so, I have a new map for all of you.
Oh my god, the dinner party map fraught with peril.
Okay.
I before we get there, I am going to ask Marimay to,
Prestidigitate.
prestidigitate.
Oh yeah,
while I'm playing,
everyone. Like everyone multiple times.
because I'm just like, I'm dirty. This sucks.
Yes, no, you all look very good.
Oh,
like,
speaking.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, they all look very good. Like they're clean. They're like I've taken I've stitched some of their clothes back. Like everyone looks good. It's as good as we can.
We have some ending.
There's a map for. Okay.
In fact,
that does not bode well.
In
I
fact,
know.
I have something for you about the mage thing, which is I've just put this on stream. This is what some of the healing looks like as you are walking to the dinner party. You walk past several rooms where people are being treated, and some of the people that were had fallen. And you can see that this is sort of what it looks like. This, wizard standing over them and using this magic kind of gathering streams together in the way that I've previously described to heal these people. And all of these people look pretty some of them look to be young, like students, others of them older, and they all seem to be anxious to do this, although again, they're all there's a lot of curiosity, sort of people staring at the ones lying in these various cots and bunks and beds and things like that, and obviously looking at all of you as you pass by. And when you enter the room itself, this is what they call the high table. So let me zoom out a little bit so chat can get a bird's eye view, so to speak.
Where do we enter?
You enter from the doors are here to the top, so the north. You can see there's a set of double doors there. And what you see here is there's a large meeting room which has been converted into a dining hall. And there's a conference table that is serving as a makeshift dining table. There's a team of elven servers who are bustling around the room. You can see they're putting china on the table, and they're preparing food from trolleys along the edges of the room. And there are colorful wooden screens that decorate the place, which seem to be attempting to make this ordinary meeting room look festive. Think hotel convention room. I'm sure none of us have ever seen that before, where they're like, look at these paint. Clearly this room has always been intended for just this purpose. I mean, this is obviously not a dining hall sort of thing. And as you walk in, you can see several, I guess, scholarly individuals might be the way to describe it, examining you as you enter. And also you can see, as I've pointed out here, Narcy, who is at this side of the table already seated. And I would say their excitement is just palpable. This one, an older man in these sort of blue, but also, blue robes, but there is clearly like red sort of accents, and a lot of these that you see here have the same blue robes, but with accents of different colors. And he stands up, and practically like the chair goes flying behind him accidentally, and lands. And yes. Oh yes, you must be the heroes that we've told. Well, at least the ones who are escorting the. Oh goodness! And then, as you all are coming in, he can see that there is this sheet-covered, disc behind you. And he stops and he says, sorry, I'm just moving all of you off the wall for just a moment. Are you able to resize yourselves, or do I have to do that?
You got to do that.
All right.
Yeah,
So let me do that.
we can't do it.
All right. Let me do that right now.
We don't mind being giant, though.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine. It's the measure of our importance in this room. So it's kind of important.
Let me just.
Which at this point we are very important.
Yes.
No lie detected.
Okay. Brandon, I don't see Rowan on here yet.
Yeah, I'm not here yet.
He hasn't dragged himself.
Oh, yeah.
He's meandering.
Can you do that?
Can I?
Yes. Go to the library book on above your chat bar. You'll see your characters. Grab your name and drag it onto the map and drop it.
There you are.
Yay.
Huzzah. All right, but only Rowan is grown to. No, I'm just. Exactly.
He's a wild mate. It happens sometimes.
It happens. Okay, so and actually, let me put. Let me see if I can find. I don't know if they'll have this, but let's try.
A floating disc. An obvious floating disc.
Got it. Let's see. Do we have something?
Do you have a dinner plate token?
Oh, this will work. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm in.
That's definitely not going to work. Let's try that again. Oh, very clever. You want me to buy something else? Do you roll 20? Well, that's where you're wrong. It's like I have exactly what you could.
They say no. That's where we're right.
Yeah.
You need this art. You
want this. You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. Okay. So maybe I'll just do it this way. I hadn't thought about putting this on here before. I'm sorry. You see all these other ones I set up in advance. I was so proud of myself. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute. Instead, though, I will do. Okay. There we are.
Adjust.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that should cover it. Or should be covered, as they say. So, and I'll put that in control of
me.
Yes. There we are, under your control, Trent. Go ahead and see if you can move it around if need be. Great. Okay. So,
so I have to come in this far before it'll follow me in.
Yeah. No, I get it. So, as they're there, you can see that this one, Narcy, stands and says, "May I introduce 3 of the most highly decorated scholars within this school? First," and she points to the gentleman in red. We have here is Zankar, and Zankar is perhaps the oldest resident of this facility, or at least the most distinguished. No, it's all right. I'm also the oldest, of course. Distinguishing only happens when you get older, I find. Well, sit down, please. Please sit down. There's more. And then Narcy says, if it's all right, Instructor Zankar, I would like to introduce the others. Oh, yes. My apologies. Yes, absolutely. And so she sort of nods gratefully as if she's dealt with this before. And let me just make a note to myself quickly. Okay. And she then points to this one over here, who's a very silent. I'm going to just increase the size of just a moment so you can get get an image here. Clearly an elf, but with facial markings and tattoos, as you can see. And she sort of nods to you, and Narcy says, may I present Cornelia? Cornelia is one of our newest and most able instructors and has asked to be here to represent some of the younger members of the Mages group. And she nods and says quietly, I am thankful for your arrival. And let me see, who can I have? Merime, let me have you make a... Well, all of you can make a history check.
I get +1 on that. I just don't know how to put my jack of all trades, which is still a shit roll, but here we go.
Okay, with that 7.
Yeah.
I still believe in you, Rowan.
You I was gonna say,
No, I'm leaving that as is. Rowan doesn't know anything.
Rowan, you barely remember your own history. Who am I? Oh,
Wow.
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 I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
that someone
Nisiana knows.
Ooh.
Nisiana, you probably know this because you would have possibly encountered them in situations of healing. There are several particular sort of sets or tribes of elves that live on the plains that have markings like this. And because of the harshness of the environment, and also because the sort of value that they put on brevity and sort of efficiency in speech and communication, their voices are often very soft or whispered or hoarse. And it's considered to be, by them, sort of ill manners to speak loudly. Now, you were allowed to speak normally because they're not in their own culture, but they themselves speak more quietly as a result. So this whisper is not like a, I'm dangerous, watch out. Like, I mean, they may be, but that's
He's
not what
just a
this is
low
about.
talker.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So over the telepathic link, that I'm sure we have up, I very quickly give a quick something about this, about the elves.
And in your minds, you all hear, "Thank you for your understanding." And Cornelia just sort of gives the slightest smile.
They can listen on the telepathic link. That's never happened to me before, has it?
Welcome to Zen, to Onder, and welcome to Arcanics.
I am
Troubled.
I am troubled. I'm going
Well,
to stand...
at least she revealed it. There is that. She
Yeah.
doesn't make
Yes,
quite about the
she
whole
did.
thing.
And then Narcy says, and I will increase the size here as well. And finally, may I introduce Cartesia. Cartesia is actually related to one of our other instructors and is a student here. But we thought it was reasonable, at the very least, for her to be able to see those who were responsible for the preservation of so many on board. Cartesia, you see, originally has spent some time with the Council of 12. And Cartesia sort of nods. Again, she has the blue robes here. Definitely looks like the youngest of the three. And she says, I'm so grateful that you're letting us all be here. And I am simply here to listen and to provide whatever assistance I can, if any. I'm so curious to hear about your travels and to know everything about you. And Zankar says, I believe we all feel the same way, actually. So let me just make a note. Okay. And Zankar says, I believe we all feel the same way. Please, if you haven't already, please have a seat. So I see that Alarian has taken a seat there. I think I see Tanton with the Oracle right next to you.
Well, actually, he's going to figure out where Alarian is going to be positioned. And then Tanton walks, like this really odd, circuitous path around the room to drag the disc, so that the disc is between him and wherever Alarian is going to be.
So like here-ish then?
Yep.
Right. If that's where Alarian is going to stay, then yes, that's
I have absolutely taken the end of the table because there's no place
the
sitting there,
Oracle
and
will
B, I don't need to bother
right
anyone
there.
with my mass.
Okay.
And Spanner will be taking a position opposite, so that the Oracle is between three of us at all times.
Yep.
Okay, so as you all are seated, and you can again, these the servants sort of bustle around from place to place, and are go to grab food and bring it back to the tables and all that stuff. Zankar says, "Well, perhaps the best." Oh, go ahead. You want to say something?
Oh, sorry. I was trying to say in the chat that Nisiana and I are gonna cover from the other end of the table, but I kept hitting the enter key, so it's like just one letter at a time.
Yeah.
Look, the telepathic link is down, and I can't.
Oh my God! It's like we eat
Actual talking. Oh my God.
This is role play at the deepest level, Chad. All right, this is exactly.
You cut me to psychological quick, Greg. I can't.
Okay, so out of character, if Nisiana has a private thought to her sister, is this the kind of thing that I think the person who I'm sitting next to can overhear?
You don't know. You wouldn't put
I'd
it past
assume
them.
so. I give you kind of a look of like, let's not. And we've known each other long enough that we can probably communicate some stuff through a glance and all that. So
Mhm. Sister speak.
yeah.
Sibling speak. Okay.
Otherwise, we can start being
And
Tap your foot.
Narcy says, Zankar says, "Well, perhaps if you wouldn't mind all introducing yourselves. I've heard stories of a couple of you, but we you see, well, we don't get many visitors here, and you may not know it, but we're not used to hosting exactly. You can see by the way that the china is not quite like positioned properly in the places, and like it all seems a little rushed, And Car's like, but we would love to know more. We understand that you have a powerful magical artifact, and there's no need for you to tell us more about that. But we do want to know more about, well, how you survived." And Cartesia says, "Yes, we heard that you fell from a great distance." And Zankar says, "Oh, but first you should maybe introduce yourselves." And then Cornelia says, "Yes, names would be helpful." And then Cartesia says, "Yes." And then Narcy like pulls up her hands like, let them speak. Go ahead,
The
Tanton.
moment
Yeah.
that he says, "We know you have a powerful magical artifact," Tanton immediately just stares daggers directly at Narcy.
Okay.
And it's just like
Narcy. So Narcy gets your sort of sight and nod and shakes her head as if to say like, not me, like as if to say she didn't tell them that.
Valerian reaches over and puts their arm on Tanton.
But Tanton, it's just so you know, it's possible that they would sense this automatically because it's like a disruption in the force. You don't know that they know anything specific. But again, maybe they do. We'll find out. But you do, like, at least, it's up to you as to what you want to believe. Doesn't seem like Narcy like gave anything out of school for whatever that's worth. And so Narcy says, let's allow them perhaps to introduce themselves first. And she kind of looks at you, Marimé, since you're closest.
Yeah, and because Nisiana can't help it, she over the telepathic link is like, "Oh God, do something to calm them. Be yourself." So it's like, Marimé,
act casual.
And you hear, "And the rest will follow."
Okay,
stop listening.
Jeremy dropped her fork. Ah!
I can't shatter on the table. Screw it.
Actually, no, that's important. Do you actually, over the telepathic link, say, "Stop listening" to the person?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I do not actually say that because
All right.
and they're gonna listen regardless, right? Now at least I know.
Okay.
So I smile. I say, well, I guess I might as well speak aloud because it seems that you can hear everything regardless. Although I don't see anyone of Kalishtar descent here, a rare sight. I'm Marimé Hawksmoor, and it's a pleasure to meet all of you. Thank you for your assistance today.
And they all sort of nod. And Cornelia says, "You are from Kalashtar, of Kalashtar descent. I would have assumed as much. Your skill with the mind and prophecy are both extraordinary."
I reply on the telepathic link, thank you. Perhaps we can discuss at some point how I can block unwanted people from listening in, though, as it seems that you may have extra knowledge I do not yet possess.
Indeed. The indeed is not intended as maybe that was too
No.
ominous. Indeed, no.
I flipped the table,
Yeah,
Greg.
exactly. That's what Zed Proxy said. And we got table flip memorized.
Woo!
And so Narcy says, and next, and points to you, Nisiana.
I am Nisiana Di Cherasco. I am from the House of Healing. I am dragon marked. And part of the reason all survived is by the grace of Eberron, as well as the incredible teamwork of those of us here. And it would be bereft of me to not give thanks to Eberron for the lives spared.
And you can see that Narcy definitely sort of nods. The Cartesia sort of nods enthusiastically from what you can tell, the student. Cornelia sort of inclines her head. You're not really sure what's going on there. And Zankar seems to be... I really want you, whenever you think of Zankar, I want you to think of the King and the Princess Bride, okay? Like, oh, isn't that nice? Like, you know what I mean? Like, she kissed
I
me.
love him.
Just with
Right.
phenomenal cosmic magical power.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So just be thinking about that. So Zankar doesn't seem to be paying... I mean, he's paying attention, but not, you know. But that was their reaction to your mention of Eberron, Nisiana. Next up, Rowan, you are indicated next.
Good day, all. Rowan Shallow. I'm new to this team, so I don't know much except for what I've seen so far.
And Zankar says, I'm really curious about that extraordinary arm of yours. I don't mean any offense, but it seems quite unusual, and I hope you'll tell us more about it at some point. I'm very fascinated by arms, not regular ones. I mean, I have my own too. They're not really interesting, but anything that involves prosthetic kinds of qualities, that is fascinating to me. I've done some research about it. Oh, when was that? Perhaps, Cornelia, maybe a century ago? And Cornelia says, that seems right. Yes, a century ago, I imagine. I did some work on that. You may have seen some later work of mine that appeared. Well, there was several colossi, for example. And you all know what the colossi are about. And Tanton, you did know that there were some aspects of that were kept secret even from House Kenneth in terms of what was done to infuse them with some of their power. It was mostly elemental, but there was something else about the colossi that made them stand out. There were very few of them, obviously. They were astonishingly expensive and hugely destructive, although they could also theoretically have been used for other, non-violent purposes.
You'd be amazed how quickly you can plow a field if you just get a colossus.
Yeah.
There you go.
Or put a bridge together,
Yeah.
So,
Big old ditch.
that's it. Exactly.
Turn a compost pile. Oh, we did that with the Oracle of War. Never
That was, yeah.
Ooh, that's really good. Hold on, let me check on this. I'm sorry. That's awesome. That is great. Wow. Scott Lynch with the $1,000 donation to Athos Arts. Congratulations, Emily. That's great. Scott is good people. I've had
Scott
the chance
is
to.
indeed good people.
Yeah, I've had the chance to interview him for Speculate some time ago, and obviously, if you have not read Gentlemen Bastards, any of that series, it's good stuff. So anyway, that's great. Congratulations. That's a big deal for Athos, I know. So, and it goes right to Hannah Laliv, the translator of The Factory. That's awesome. That's really good. Congratulations. Okay, so anyway, he says that. Darcy next indicates Tanton, who's the next one down the line, and says, if you would explain, I'm sure they're most fascinated to hear from you.
Tanton is just sort of glassy-eyed staring across the table, but just off to his side, his mage hand is still working on the spanner And every now and again, he'll reach over and tap him with a mending spell, and more pieces will twist back into shape and whatnot. But at some point, Spanner, cranes his neck back and opens his mouth as one of the tools pulls out, and all of the wood chipper blades spin up into high speed. So at least we know he can fight. And he'll be like Jello Dog trying to get there, but once he gets there, he can absolutely bite somebody.
Okay.
And Nisiana will, over the telepathic link, go, Mia Tanton, introduce yourself.
Oh. Mia Tanton Tigershaw.
And Cornelia says, I'm curious. If I understand correctly, you would seem to be part of one of the houses of making. I note there is work being done on your... and then pauses, and then servant. As you hear the zzz, of Spanner doing his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a particular house to which you declare allegiance?
And this is over the link, or is that out
This
loud?
is out loud, but in this whispered,
Okay.
that's as loud as she speaks.
And he's just like, yes.
Tanton, over the link.
And he just keeps focusing on what he's doing.
Okay.
I mean, he did answer the question.
Yeah. So, so Narcy kind of like, okay. And then goes on to point right across the table and gestures politely in your direction, Alarian.
Who is at this point trying not to collapse the chair they're sitting in. It's true. So, that creak. My name is Alarian. I am, I suppose, what you all would call a variant of your Warforged, but I am a Starforged. After arriving on this plane from, look up for a second, I have wandered it for many decades until finding myself among this group, taking an active role in trying to make the continent of Corvair a better place.
And there's sort of a little bit of silence, a few seconds of silence, and then Zankar says, a star forged. I have not heard of such a thing before now, although there were always variants of Warforged that were spoken about. You come from another place entirely. That is extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Tell me, do you ever find your body resonating with the stars above? Do you ever find yourself, whirling through the cosmos without even realizing it? Kind of looks at you with a smile.
Is that not what we're all doing right now? But in answer to your first question, yes. Whenever I get the chance to go out and look up at the stars from whence I came, I feel their resonance within me. And they'll actually he's still wearing the half cloak. They'll go back a little bit and undo a little portion of the armor because he's in the plate. I didn't come in anything else, and reveal a bit of their interior, which of course is that milky black with stars that is unlike anything anyone's ever seen for a Warforged, and just show them what that is for a minute and then put it back on.
And so there is just sort of kind of several gasps from the three sitting at the table, and Cornelia says, I have seldom seen something so extraordinary. And Cartesia says, I don't think I've seen anything like it ever. I can't even imagine. What do you eat food?
I do not require sustenance as your other beings eat. I also do not breathe.
Oh, that must be, very convenient.
It has its advantages, yes.
And she...
anytime the servants try to come by and put, like, food on the...
Which they've been doing the whole time, actually.
Right.
Well, he'll just look. They'll look. I'll look up at them so they see, and then give them a few seconds, and then just politely wave them off if they don't withdraw immediately because I have no mouth.
Yeah, well, actually, so when you say I don't eat, there is someone coming over, and they're kind of like.
At this point, Tanton kind of tells him to come over to the other side, to his other side, next to him, and give him that food.
Yeah, and they do.
But if they try to approach from his right, Spanner will immediately, go on guard. If anybody approaches the
next
the
to
oracle.
the oracle.
Yeah, no, they're given sort of loops around ever since the blender moment. They've been giving some loops around them. So and they are putting food down as they go, and Zankar says, "Truly extraordinary. I'm interested though." And he turns back to you, Rowan. So about this arm, I'm wondering if, and suddenly there is a kind of a. Let me see if I can do it. There's a. That's not at all the sound. Here we go. Nope, still not right. I got it.
Keep trying.
There's a tapping on a bottle, and as you look over, you can see that Narcy has risen to her feet and is paused and says, "I wonder if there's anything that anyone would like to say before we begin our meal, beyond our sincere gratitude. I know that I am not myself native to Arcanics, but I have come to deeply respect and love this place, and I know that we can be of help, and what you are doing is very important indeed. So thank you for your work today in saving so many." And she sort of raises a glass and she says, "Would any of you perhaps like to add a few words to our toast?"
If no one's going to say anything, then actually Alarian will say, "Thank you for your hospitality and for your assistance in this matter."
And Cartesia, and they nod, and Cartesia says, if you wouldn't mind, Nisiana, would you, bless our food before we eat it in the name of Eberron? That would seem right, I think."
Like, does she mean actually bless her food? Like,
You get the impression it's kind of like
purify
saying
food?
grace, maybe.
Yes, okay.
Come on, show them the magic, show them the power.
Well, I was thinking about that, but I'm like,
You mages. Anyway.
she's like, of course. As one of the great three, Eberron is within and around all of us. May he bless the food that we eat, purify the air that we breathe, and give joy to our hearts as we can enjoy our companionship.
And there's a pause as everyone hears that, and then Zankar says, "Well, let's all dig in then," and just immediately begins to set, to the food. The food, I should say, the food, by the way, is it's quite good, although it's a little confusing. You feel like what you're eating is somewhere between like a casserole and a souffle stew. It's like a little weird. It tastes good. It's clearly fresh ingredients, but it's sort of like, I don't know, throw everything together you've ever thought of that seems good so you can feed it to these people. So it's a little odd. You're like, okay, I'm going to enjoy my tuna omelet.
What ingredients should we
casserole.
use?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But everyone, falls to with a will. And Cornelia at one point says to you, Marame, "Excuse my curiosity, but among my people, dreams and prophecies are very much an individual thing. But I have heard that Kalashtar can stretch across time and space to include many groups, even full races of people, nations.
it, as far as I know, it extends fairly far. I'm perhaps not the most qualified Kalashtar on that end. Dreams are still something I struggle with.
Your telepathic link suggests you have gained some facility, though, with communication of the mind.
Yes, there's something in telepathy, though, that is very grounded. Even if it might not seem so, you're anchored to those you choose, those you love, those you care for. In dreams, especially the way that the Kalashtar dream, which is really just visualizing the Corey's dreams or what they see. I mean, it's not grounded. It's very different than the telepathy. I don't know that I I guess I suppose the two are fairly linked since the dreams can be seen as telepathic as well, but I I see telepathy as with my friends is very different.
I see. There are some who say that we are most awake when we dream, and most asleep when we are in the waking world. What do you think of this?
I think for those who fear confronting what stands before us in the light, that yes, the dreams would prove comfort if we believe them to be more real than what is right in front of us.
Rowan, Zankar says, are you able to detach that arm? Perhaps place it on another part of your body. I always wondered if the back of your neck would be suitable, perhaps if you wanted to hit someone from behind, but I don't know how powerful it is. You know, by the way, that like food is like dribbling down the front of his, like robe and stuff. What do you think?
Respectfully,
yeah.
I see how fascinated you are by the notion. My arm is not as novel as you may suspect it to be. Sometimes people just need to be able to operate objects with their limbs. It's just an arm. I'm sorry. I apologize profusely.
Oh, that's quite all right. Do you think I should get one?
No.
All right then. And he turns to you. He turns to you, Tanton.
He does have two full functioning arms. It's not like he's missing one.
No, he's not. Exactly. And he turns to you, Tanton, and he says, "What do you think? I know that in the aged, sometimes limb function becomes more difficult. And as I am now reaching, well, the somewhat middle age of 800 years, I wondered if perhaps there might be a reason to try something different. Do you think it would be worth it to manufacture, well, perhaps just my elbow, or maybe the back of my neck, perhaps my earlobe? What do you think?"
Are you suffering diminished capacity in any of those areas?
Well, not that I've noticed, but
Then no.
Oh. Nisiana, Cartesia says, I'm sorry. I was curious. Do you ever talk to Eberron?
Yes.
Directly?
Yes, I have had several conversations with him. Usually I'm dying at the point, but it happens.
Is it, what is it? Does he only speak to you? I mean, I believe in Eberron, and sometimes I pray, and I don't know if Eberron's listening. But there have been things in my life that have happened that I can't explain any other way. So I know that there's something, but I don't know. She looks at you very earnestly.
Yeah, like, this is not the conversation I want to have over dinner, but...
Yes, you note that these people's social skills do not seem to be at the top of their list.
Yeah, so I'm like, Eberron is always listening. In my faith, in our faith, I'm going to make an assumption. All things do serve Eberron, whether you are aware of it or not. We could have a more extended session, you and I, a conversation later. if there is time, I would follow your heart and look deeper into the teachings of Eberron, if I were you. But I don't know what your full background is, and I don't know the signs you have seen. If I have time, because we are on a mission that we must continue tomorrow, she says, kind of pointedly, I will do what I can in the time that we have. Otherwise, in a future time, I just had a thought, but we don't have time for that. In a future time, we can have a deeper conversation. But faith is a delicate thing, and it is an individual thing. And it is different than how you deal with magic. And I don't know how, I don't have the words to explain it in a way that is more concrete than that.
Oh, I understand, and I'm sorry to have bothered you. I know that that's not really appropriate. I'm just, well, I guess I'm curious sometimes, and, well, I was just wondering, perhaps it doesn't, and then, with a smash, the hall doors fly open. And striding
is up and crossbow out.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you're not the only one.
So striding into the hall, and taking no real notice of any of you, although his eyes do flicker to the crossbow, Tanton. You see an undead elf, and I want to show a picture on stream.
Oh God, is this one of the lovers?
An undead elf clad in plate walks to the head of the table and walks to this table and actually probably, I would say, walks this way. And Narcy sort of stands up, takes several steps, not sort of frightened steps, but just sort of steps back and stares. And you can almost, like Tanton, because you're sort of hyper-aware because of the crossbow out, you can see that there's like, her hands are slightly glowing. Like, you know, she's got the same kind of ready position that you do. The elf, as he strides to the front, you can see that, as I mentioned, these living thorns sprinkled with blossoming white roses sprout from a hole in his breastplate. And he stares at Narcy impassively and then steps to her seat. And he says, "Let me speak plainly. I want the Oracle of War, and you probably want everyone in the town below us to live to see the dawn. Hand over the box, or I'll drop this fortress on the town and send everyone straight to the depths of Kyber." And that's where we're going to bring our session to a close. We will open our marathon session with this.
Yes.
Doot, doot, doot.
Remind me the name of these people, because it's the pair, it's the lovers, it's the...
Yes, they are. Well, if you're talking about the people that you had heard from, these were members of the Undying Court. You remember that there is this undead, they are basically undead elves, is literally what they are,
Right.
who at one time, I don't want to spoil stuff, at one time you know that they were considered to be, quote, good, but they've lived a long time, and you don't know what the deal is, except you specifically got a briefing, and you found in the war room, you might remember back at the Emerald Claw Enclave, that they are also looking for the Oracle of War. Well. So we're going to find out what happens with that. And that's going to be super exciting in a marathon session. I cannot wait.
I wish we'd have slept.
Yeah, I mean, you know, but you're fully healed, though. Think of it that way. You're fully...
Yeah, but I don't
Great.
have all my spells. I have
We're
enough.
fully healed, and the majorly offensive spellcaster in the group now can just do firebolt and shoot some guns.
And make witty comebacks.
Listen, just because they used about 65 Bigby's hands does not mean, okay, that they were just thinking of you in this particular. No, so
For
that
the
was.
record, I do have another aura of life. I'm just
Yeah,
putting
yeah.
that out there. I have that if necessary.
Can I just also give a shout out, by the way, quickly to this map, this battle map is one of the extra ones that was made. There's a whole group of maps that were made by a separate third party for this adventure, and I really like this. Like, I like the lighting of it, and you can see the sort of
very nice.
the blue and the red dragon there in the stained glass on the floor and stuff. I think it's very cool. So, and I cannot wait to see your meeting up with this person from the Undying Court. It's very cool. Again, as I warned as you all saw in season 3, what are we in? Season 3, season 4, season 3?
4.
Season 4, that this is where you go beyond salvation, and that's exactly what you've been doing, is going places outside of salvation and Thrain. And
It's time to go back.
we want to go back to salvation. So
We were comfy there.
And
Anyway.
not have these people follow us.
yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Just us.
I mean,
yeah,
what?
just
You realize
us.
we could rule that town.
Yeah,
with iron,
exactly.
With a Starforge. I mean, Iron Fist. Yeah,
That
exactly.
Starforged fist. I will start with the person on the far right side of the row. I will keep the map up for this just so we can take a look at that stained glass window. And that, of course, is Brandon. Brandon, great stuff today with Rowan. I absolutely loved, by the way, highlight for you, for you was Hand on the Oracle followed by the Misty Step. I was like, outstanding, let's go. Misty Step, I love it. Which gave us this sort of immediate, I think, in chat, I forget who was talking about, like, Palantir moment, so you've brought it to them, give it to them, say just that. So I loved that, and that was something I was curious how far Rowan would go to try to find out more information about it. And then also, separately, I will fully admit that it's a lot of fun playing a super old, possibly doddering, but incredibly powerful dude asking you totally inappropriate questions about prosthetic metal arms. Like, that was cracking me up separately. But it'll be interesting to see how that happens. Again, I do want us to remember, probably at the beginning, maybe even in the session, about the conversation, if you want to have it, that you would have had with the guy that we talked about back at the Council of 12, one way or the other. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
God, that old man is very annoying.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Getting to that point, like that scene, I find particularly interesting because it was a thing that I thought about previously but didn't want to bring up because I myself personally am not disabled, but part of the reason why I made the decisions that I did about Rowan was to tell the story about someone who is experiencing a disability but not suffering from one.
Right, right.
Someone who doesn't have any negative feelings one way or another about their circumstances because they are operating in the world the way that they would because they have a prosthetic. And surrounded by people who are not judging them, and being in a room now with somebody who is judging them, not because they think that they're weaker, but because they think that this arm is cool. I'm like, I get it. I also think that this arm is cool, but that's none of your business.
Exactly. Yes. Like I said, social skills not at the top of these people's list. You may be the first people they've talked to that were not one of them in a long time. So yeah.
I suspect that a lot of it is that as well, which is also kind of interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah. As for the Oracle scene,
so good.
A lot of how I play Rowan, like going back to the history check when we got in the room, I like the idea that Rowan knows very little because if it doesn't help him steal something, it's not valuable information. And because magic is new to Rowan, a lot of that is the exact same as well. Like, he knows that the Oracle is valuable and therefore anything that we can know about it is valuable because it is a volatile object.
Right.
And the way that I played that moment is, well, if you really need that information in order to continue to stay ahead of the person that you're trying to con, you should be willing to pursue a moderate level of risk in order to get that information. And Narcy just said that our magic is somehow compatible. So maybe if I touch the thing, and I was fully expecting for none of that to pay off, and I'm very excited that it did. because Rowan is going to be that stupid from now on. Anytime there is information that can be gleaned about the Oracle that the Oracle can't just give, I'm gonna lean into that now. Not only because it's interesting character play for Rowan to be the kind of person to go, well, lives are at stake. I kind of want to know however much I can know until the point where it starts hurting me. But also because I personally am just very fascinated by the Oracle as an object. And like playing now with the idea that we are no longer beholden to whenever it wants to tell us something, we can now poke it and go, please tell me something, is actually really engaging to me as a player. So I'm gonna poke it often.
Okay. I'm looking forward to the payoff from everyone's point of view. I was like, yes.
Oh God. So yes, hi everybody. I'm Brandon O'Brien. I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago, and you can find me almost everywhere on the internet at The Rising Tides. That's TITHES. The next time you will see me is here in like 8 days.
Yep.
For ArvCon 2024, I will be here twice. I will be here for our 8-hour Eberron marathon on Sunday. I am very excited. There are 2 cans of Monster in the fridge waiting for me already, dedicated specifically to that moment. And then on Monday afternoon, I will be in the premiere of Dune Plans Within Plans, GM'd by our good friend. My brain immediately became... Right, yes, our good friend Johnny Pittman.
Video Store Cowboy Johnny, yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that was what I was trying to find, Video Store Cowboy. And it will be featuring me and Darcy and Valerie and Zach Clay, and it's going to be really, really rad.
So good.
I am very excited to be the one person who goes, I'm making narrative decisions about my character, and then I'm turning, and then out of character, I will turn to Zach and go, what does this mean in the book? What happened in actual...
You've offended everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. Again, everyone, please come out and support as we are raising funds for the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. Greg has set a goal for 5,000. I hope that we absolutely exceed it very early and then continue to exceed it.
Me too.
And I hope, I'm telling you right now, personally, I hope that you will go out of your way to let other people know that this is a thing that we are doing. It is not very often that when we run a charity stream on this channel that we get more people than all of you lovely people who come and enjoy our content every year. But I think it would be really dope if we could not only expand the viewership of this channel in general, but that the moment that we do that is while we're raising funds for a good cause. So please tweet generously, let people know that this is a thing that we're doing, that this is a thing that we do every year, so people can pass through and enjoy all of the good TTRPG content that we have planned as well. So yeah, that's me. I hope to see you all next week very, very soon.
Good stuff. Thank you, Brandon. Very excited for all of that. Moving right along, Jen, wonderful stuff from Nisiana. We had, of course, the why are we having this discussion now? Religious discussion in the middle of eating dinner from, again, someone who's just like, I'm really earnest and want to know. You're like, that's great. This seems like a weird time to be doing this. And then all the various healing. But you also had the message you were able to send to Hilar. You had a lot of things that you were thinking about that you've done mechanically, but there was also the nature of this place itself. Especially, I thought it was interesting to see your reaction to the magical healing that was different, intellectually speaking, from the religious healing that you have engaged in from your god. And to see sort of how that stuff all plays out together. And I am very curious. I'm going to be very curious to see how Nisiana reacts to these members of the Undying Court and what the sort of feelings are going to be about them, especially now that they've laid out their ultimatum, which seems bad. But you'll have a chance to talk more about that when we get there. How did you feel about our session today? And where will the lovely folks find you next?
It was a good session. Though I do have a question. When is the Dune game going?
Monday.
On Monday.
Monday starts in the afternoon at, I think it's 3:30. I want to say. I believe
I
it's
think
3:30,
I think
right?
the agreement was 3:30.
Yeah.
All right, I'll
So
be a
3:30.
little bit late, but I love Dune, and so I'm very curious as to how this plays out.
I am excited.
Great. That means I'll ask you all of my questions.
Jen, was this the right thing to? Is the sandworm's like? "Brrr."
So, quick reminder: if you missed my Kickstarter, there's late orders through the rest of the month, but I will not be talking about it next week. And you'll find me again next week here on Sunday from 9 a.m. my time, which means I have to be coherent that early in the morning. I am curious as to the person who is asking about Eberron, for two reasons. One, she might actually be someone who is actually an adherent, which means maybe I could set up a quick sanctuary for my word of recall, which I'm like, oh God, wait, that takes like 24 hours. Damn it. Or it takes longer than I have.
That was the thought that you had? You were like, maybe I could do this. And then you're like, oh, wait.
the thing.
Okay.
I was like,
Gotcha.
ooh.
Gotcha.
Okay, that could be interesting. Also, I will be writing down all of the notes of everything I saw about the healing so that I could be like, I don't know if you guys know that they're doing this in the towers, but here you go. Here's how they're healing people.
Yeah.
Just so you know. Because, it means we don't have a monopoly on healing kind of thing. That might be interesting to the house and who is currently in debt, and I'm trying desperately to get them out of debt. The Undying Court. That is I haven't decided if they're like anathema to me or not.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they are threatening to drop a tower on top of a town, which means they're bad in that regard, but I'm wondering if I can logic them out of that idea. Probably not, but So I am interested. I'm not immediately going to try to kill them, but I will note that because my Baron did tell me that I need to start causing some damage, like she was very specific about that, I very specifically added like various damage causing spells into my rotation of things that I ask for Eberron.
Mm-hmm.
So an interesting change to Nisiana from my perspective. Also, I think the old guy is being very, very, very rude. I mean, Mia Tantan's rude, but that's just normally Mia Tantan. This guy, like, he's really being rude.
That's totally accurate. Yes, indeed.
I feel real bad for Rowan, but you know what? Rowan can take care of himself. He will deal with it.
Yeah.
In whichever way he wants. And at this point, we're like, you know what? We can be rude. We have saved a bunch of people's lives, and now we're being attacked.
This is the part where I idly throw out that another part of Rowan's thinking is, when you know that someone is this lacking in social graces, you also know that they're a good mark.
You know what? At this point, I'm not going to do anything about that. I am disturbed by the fact that Marame's telepathy can be overheard. That is something that has never occurred to Nisiana. And so she's just like, that is I'm not going to say it's bad, but I'm not going to say it's good.
It's bad.
So,
it's bad. It's like the CIA listing on your phone calls. Nobody wants that shit.
There's a lot to think about here. Also, I will note that Jennifer, am not actually religious. I'm very agnostic in general. So asking me to suddenly give a prayer, I'm like, oh shit. What has my very religious family said about things? How can I do this? So that was a Jennifer going, oh, I don't actually know how to do this. Well, let me come up with something very quickly.
It was good.
So.
It came out well.
There was an episode of Laverne and Shirley where Shirley was saying grace, and she's like, God is great, God is good. Now we thank him for our food. I like it to rhyme. And I was just like, I'm remembering that. Okay.
That was it. God is good, God is great. Let us thank him for our food. By his hand we're fed. Thank the Lord for daily bread. That was the one prayer I knew. because we ate dinner every night together and we said prayer together. Yeah, so it was just a thing that was kind of fun. I am very curious about, I'm very, very curious about the Undying Court. Like, I mean, I don't know if it's just Jennifer or Nisiana or Life Cleric or whatever. I'm very like, oh, what do we do here? Is Ilarion gonna jump on this dude? Is Rowan gonna jump on this dude? Do I need to jump on this dude?
In the middle of it, the old guy is like, Rowan, about reverse mortgages. Do you think it's a good idea?
I was thinking taking one out of the tower.
Can I borrow money from myself? What do you think?
Yeah, that is where I am going forward. And then I probably not this next time, but after that, I'll be talking about a new book release.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool. Thanks, Jen. And I'm looking forward to seeing you next Sunday as well. John, good stuff out of Ilarion. We had the quality, the simple but distinctive toast. And then we had Ilarion, who there was going to be more discussion with. Let's talk to the Starforged about more stuff, depending on how things broke down. But obviously, at the moment, you have a more immediate threat to deal with. And I am going to be interested to see how Ilarion deals with that. And also with this sort of situation, with this group of like very socially awkward people, obviously, who are extraordinarily powerful mages, but sort of are disconnected from the world, almost literally, like an ivory tower that's floating above the ground, like, you know, type of thing. What Ilarion thinks about that as someone who himself comes from the sky, is sort of, you know, it has had moments of feeling disconnected, I think it's fair to say, from the plane here and sort of getting to know what people are like in this world and things like that. So I'm just curious about that and what that looks like. And also Ilarion's take on the Undying Court. But most of all, sticking to the mission, I imagine, which is going to be Ilarion's focus. How'd you feel about the session today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, I caught that you said battle map at first. I'm just saying. So.
This RP/battle map.
This fully functional battle map. Oh, sorry. That's something else. So yeah, look, not gonna lie. Ilarion took the seat at the other end of the table to be apart from these people just because they had a feeling. And that feeling was confirmed. It's like, I'm actually glad that I think I burst in before they asked me a question. I thought, look, showing them my inner workings would be stunning enough, which I kind of was happy that they had
that was great too, by the way, the food thing. Yes. Yeah, where they're like, maybe not. Like, yeah.
Oh, then showing them part of what is literally my inner self. They're like, here, take a look at that. Like, oh my God. They're like freaking out, which is hilarious. That was really cool. Yeah, I very much like, I mean, it was kind of a fait accompli that Tanton did what he did, so we have this thing in our corner, pretty much exactly opposite from this guy. And right now, Ilarion is in a fact-finding mode, as in, like, because they saw the information in the war room from the Emerald Claw, but they're also really curious as to why this guy wants the Oracle. So there's some questions that need to be answered before we get to what is going to be most likely the fighting. Yeah, but I'm not going to be drawing and going crazy right away because I have some information I need to find out. But yes, the mission is important. Obviously, we just got this back. It still stinks of rubbish. I mean, come on, dude. But I mean, that's a pretty bold statement to come in here with all these high-powered mages and us. You know, not to toot our horns, but guys got some cojones.
Yep.
To face down like everyone here like that. So either he's packing serious power or he's also seriously overestimated his ability to get what he wants. And I guess we'll find that out in the 8-hour mega session of Eberron fight around the dinner table.
Yes.
In the Megathon, dinner is served, starring.
Yes. But I'm very happy that he's undead because it means my weapon will be more effective against him. If it should come to blows, well, I have to say. And I have a real feeling that I got that Shield Master ability just in the nick of time too, because I bet he's going to be flinging some magic around if it comes to that. maybe Nisiana can logic him out of it, or maybe we just dogpile him and
something.
I mean, we already took down the Master Vampire, so this guy, undead schmundead. But we'll see. We will see in 9 days.
Brandon, the taking down the Master Vampire.
What's that?
No.
Did you miss?
He was there for that, right?
Yeah, Brandon was there. Brandon was there for that.
Yeah, I was there when it happened, and then I realized, I never asked what happened to the vampire afterward. But yes.
Yes, he was interrogated by the Council of 12.
Yes, the council has him. He's no longer our problem, thank goodness. Although if he ever escapes, that'd be a problem. Yes, I am John Helvers. I am the executive editor of Catalyst Game Labs, co-sponsor of ours brand Poobah next weekend, which is great. Love doing that. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and I can't wait for it. Oh, yeah.
Good stuff. Thank you, John. Always a pleasure. Look forward to seeing you next week. Marie, great stuff from Maramé today. Yes, the telepathy thing and the sort of, hello, like as someone was saying, I think it was Zed Proxy, was like, anytime I hear whispers, that just gives me the willies. I understand, like, and like, so the person talking to you being like, and you're right, I don't think that's happened where anyone's listening to your telepathy for any of the points this campaign. So this is the first time that's happened. You're kind of like, okay. So that is interesting, and I liked the reaction there, and I liked the fact that you were then like, I can't, what, who, like it was very funny to see either Marie the player or Maramé the character discombobulated. Was great. So there was that. Also, of course, Maramé with questions about like the Kalashtar and all that. There was a connection, obviously, that you made a little bit with Cornelia in the sense of the questions that are being asked, and who knows if that'll come into play in this potential interaction, combat, whatever the case may be, with the Undying Court. But it'll be interesting to see how Maramé reacts to all of that and that process. And obviously, this is mission driven, but there's also figuring out what this person does or doesn't know about the people around them. So how did you feel about this session today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I had a lot of fun, of course, as always. I'm very curious for further discussions about how to lock down my cell phone better.
Yeah. Okay, yes, I want to know about teleport. I want to know about like telepathy. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Like there's shit I need to learn here, and I'm gonna learn it. This is good stuff.
Have you tried end-to-end encryption?
Use Korth VPN.
Yeah, do I need to download Tor browser? Like what's the protocol here? Speaking of information, though, I'm going to reread all of my notes, but I will note to the party that the Undying Court was known to have sleeper agents across Corvair. So I'm just going to throw that out there. Anyways, but I am very excited, and I'm looking forward to the next time we play, because it's going to be freaking 8 hours. How awesome is that? 8 hours with these amazing role players, this amazing DM, and we're just going to have a blast. And for chat who's still here hanging out, I am going to be bribing you that day, so come with your money for this stream specifically, especially if you're going to Gen Con or CanCon or some con where I'm going to. I will have gifts for you. I'm too cheap to ship it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I'll bring it to you.
They'll make it happen.
I'll make it happen, so I will bribe you. Come join the fun. So thank you very much for another lovely soiree, and you'll see me here next. This is the best place next Sunday to bring your mullahs, whatever is reasonable for you, and I will bribe you with really cheap stuff that you'll love. Yeah.
Thanks, Marie. Sunday. Looking forward to that next week. Last but certainly not least, Tren loved a lot of the stuff from Tantin here. The reaction, I really enjoyed the interaction that was just quick between Narcy and Tantin, which was very much like Narcy's like, I don't know. And you could tell that Tantin's like, okay, but something's still effed up about that. Like, what the hell, and then so clearly on edge at the same time that then someone walks in and then you're just like crossbow. It was very Han Solo, Darth Vader. You see them in the Cloud City thing, right? Like, there was a lot of that. So that was interesting to me. And then figuring out a little bit about the magic for itself versus the elemental stuff with which Tantin is familiar, so that, as we said, a lot of House Cannith stuff has been woven into our last several sessions in terms of like the building of some of these things and like you being aware of what was built and not built, and then the sort of limitations of what that knowledge was. That was very interesting to me because having an understanding of what elemental science, in quotes, is about, and what this, and artificing magic, and what this kind of straight magic is, which again is very unusual because of the nature of arcanics and so on. That is very interesting to me to see how Tanton plays out all of that. So how did you feel about the session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, Tanton, one of the things I really like about artificers is that they dip into everything. You know, they dip into the arcane, they dip into the divine, they dip into elemental stuff. They which is part of the reason why their spell list is so small. He's never going to cast anything above level 5.
Yeah.
And it's just, you know, we kind of concatenate everything down into stuff. That's why he can heal. You know, that's why he can, you know, create a flame blade on his thing. You can do elemental work and whatnot.
Yeah.
And so he's kind of a jack of all trades, master of none sort of thing. So he understands a bit of it, but for him right now, the biggest thing is that when we joined the King's Citadel, we were told that we were a secret, that nobody was, you know, we weren't to tell people who we were. And now everywhere we go, everyone knows who we are.
Right.
And everyone's, oh, you're the guys with the Oracle. And that's why when one of these guys was like, you know, we know you had this magical artifact. And he looked at her, he's like, who the fuck is talking?
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
exactly.
and he's like, this is not cool.
Exactly. Partly that's high level too. Remember, when you're at this high level, you're running into like this very small tip of the pyramid people that actually know about this stuff. But
and these are students.
Yeah, sure, right.
You know, it's like,
yeah.
He is very close to being like, all right, fuck it. If everybody knows who we are, he's going to step into a room and say, we are the King's Citadel. Get the fuck out of our way.
Yeah.
And he's just going to be like, I've had it. I have had it with this shit.
Yeah.
All of my characters seem to go through this. It's weird.
Super funky.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how that works. I'm glad that I got the buzz saws inside, you know, the wood chipper and thing, and because I was like, I have to make sure that Spanner is repaired enough so that when the servants come by to drop off food, if they go to the wrong side, it's like, no, decorum demands that I serve. No, that side, you know. And Spanner's, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Except it's like a deranged, like you know, Jack in the Box, or like, you know, yeah.
Those spinning Muppet things in the car wash.
Right. Yeah.
It's all over the place.
Exactly.
The devious, you know, chaotic part of me really wants to like put chains in those sometimes, just and just beat the crap out of somebody's car.
Oh, no.
Anyway, this is part of why I never tell people these ideas, because I feel like I'm training people. It's like, why do you have a problem with AI? Like I'm going to tell you so you can fix it?
Right.
No, you know. Anyway, yeah, very much looking forward to next week and having a decent length, you know, session, because, you know, those of us who've been playing D&D for a while, we used to take entire weekends.
That's true.
And it was like, this is so short.
That's true.
You know, we were just getting our, it's like, okay, here we go, and I'll talk to you next week. Shit, okay. Yeah, but it's just yeah, and with regard to being rude to everybody, it's like, these people already know who we are. I'm not going to give them any more information than they already have. Anyway,
that's okay. Nisian is very, very, very young.
Yeah. And I'm trying to figure out what it's going to be like to have to kill a paladin.
Undead paladin. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
Undead paladin from the Eternal Court, which means they will hate all of us for eternity.
Paladin of who?
That is a good point. We don't know yet.
And you know, he's not listening, so we can make up whatever we want.
But still, I think it's amusing that Nisian is all about trying to keep Tanton, be nice. And Tanton's like,
Tanton,
no.
you behave. Like,
I was just gonna nudge him harder and harder, but like, no, she's got it covered. It's all good.
And he would have replied, but it's clear that our communication channels are no longer secure. So no, he's not going to reply. You know, so it's like,
I know, but you know, it's such a habit because she and Nisian, she and Merime talk so often in telepathy It's like muscle memory. You can't.
Yep.
It's so hard to not do the
Yeah.
thing that you're supposed to do.
Yep.
Yep. And the idea of Mermaid casting shatter on the table and watching the china turn into grenade shards flying everywhere.
Oh God, yeah. At a certain point, it'll be like table flip.
That tactic's still even more in play now. Let's be honest here, people.
Right. And
I'm just saying.
You'll be glad to know that Mermaid did not actually use that many spells last time, so I do have like a few cases of shatter. Because
I do have a bunch of heal spells still left too.
What a
saying.
surprise!
Just bless the place setting so that when they explode in the shatter, it'll do extra damage against dungeons.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me see how long that takes.
Bless these places. Grenade.
Uh-huh.
But
explode.
It's going to be great, and you've already heard, chat, that you're going to be.
Tanton's gonna like at some point he's like his crossbow's not gonna work or something, and he's just gonna grab a plate and throw it, and Narcy's gonna be like, "You."
Yeah, exactly. It was you the whole time. Just, the montage cut back. Oh my God, that's funny. Oh man, standing by the rail, just talking to stuff. Oh my God, that was funny. Been a long campaign.
You go get those plates.
Been a long campaign. This was great stuff tonight. I'm very excited, and it sets us up beautifully for what I think is going to be a great session next week. So don't forget, chat. Sunday, you will see this group for their 8-hour marathon. Sunday. We're turning this table into a mud pit. So
we'll sell you a ticket for the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge.
And the monster shredder spanner, like coming up there. Anyway, but it's going to be a good time. So, chat, can we get some love for the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew? Thank you so much, as always, to Trent Sparks, to Marie Bilodeau, to John Helfers, to Jennifer Brozek, and to Brandon O'Brien. Great work, crew. I will see you back next week to raise some money for cancer research and have some fun. Bye for now. All right. That, folks, is going to do it for us for today. That was really, really fun. And, as I say, it's a wonderful crew. So I am always very, very happy to be able to play these sessions with them. But it's going to be so much fun to do that with all that's sort of involved with this Undying Chord. And this will we will close out we'll definitely close out this set, the waiting game. I don't know if we'll get into the last component, the last part of season 4, which is the last part of the last adventure of the campaign, of that season of the campaign. I don't know that we'll get into that, but we will at least wrap up this. So that should be a good time with this member of the Undying Chord as we keep adding in all these little strands and little complications. It's awesome. But if you like what you saw and heard today, I hope you will follow the channel. I hope you'll check out our YouTube, and thank you for those of you We're watching over on YouTube. Please follow me over there. Subscribe over there. That's !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Please join us over there. Please join us on my social media stuff, Twitter and Blue Sky, !ArvTweets and !ArvSky. And the website for this is arvaneleron.com. Financially, the Dune game, I'm going to come to that in just a second with the schedule. !Arv shop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff for Infinity and Beyond, including this shirt, the best bad idea we've ever had, which is the Infinity and Beyond Eberron crew. So you can get one of those things, which supports the channel and gets you a really cool shirt. So you should consider that, getting that swag. The Patreon, !Arvtreon, which is sitting right there. We've moved that back into triple digits. We want to see that continuing to move on up. So please do support us. You can get cool stuff for you and cool stuff for the channel, including inspirations to help our players. And they are going to need those inspirations, I have a feeling, next week with all of the different sessions that are going to be going on. So get yourselves buckled up and ready to go for that. That is !Arvtreon. !Icarus is my graphic novel from Athos Arts. !Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Greyshade is my Greyshade IP. Greyshade and Renegade, the first two books in the Grey Assassin trilogy, critically acclaimed and award-winning, are out. You can get those right now at that link. You can also get the audiobook of Greyshade done by our very own Trent Sparks, who you just saw back there. That is also going to be available on on that's available over at that link. You can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Gray Shade being designed by Brandon O'Brien, who you just had a chance to see play, and that's going to be coming out from Alligator Alley at the end of the year, so you can pre-order that now. And you can also pre-order Heretic, the final book in the Grey Assassin trilogy. That'll be coming out in July, edited again by the amazing Emily Bell, and published by the amazing Athos Arts. So that is definitely a reason that you should support them in that regard. Otherwise, and as Prince Justin always says, pre-orders are love, pre-orders are life. That's right. So please do that. It definitely will help us out. And after ArvCon, there's going to be a lot of focus for me on some of the stuff that I'm going to be talking about in just a minute, about stuff that will come out with ArvCon, but also definitely on promoting Heretic and the Grey Assassin trilogy. I'm very proud of that series, and I really hope it gets some good notice. So I know we do need to make a command for that, Prince Dustin. It's true. That's true, actually. So anyway, that would be cool. Just like exclamation point pre-order, right? Would probably do that. Anyway, that's the deal with that. And as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point help now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against the legal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we will do so for others in this situation in the future. Quick note on schedule, I'll be back on Tuesday with a Fighting Fantasy Gamebook illustration stream with Tari Tunes. Still slightly tentative, but we should be doing that. And then at 4:15 p.m. Eastern, I will definitely be over on GOG.com's Twitch channel on that Tuesday for Ghosts of Saltmarsh. Very excited for that campaign as well. And then Thursday, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and then Friday, the opening of ArvCon. Again, Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks on Friday night. Saturday, we have the interview with the Damon Running Cancer Research Foundation scientists. Then we are going to have the finale of Talisman Adventures, and that's not only going to be the finale of Talisman Adventures, but there will be a major announcement regarding all 4 of those players and the 2 players for Ghosts of Saltmarsh, additional players, all of those players together. We have a big announcement coming up that you will not want to miss. So that's going to be happening again on Saturday. Then we will have the Star Wars one-shot tabletop role-playing game with Johnny Pittman and the amazing scientists from Damon Running Cancer Research Foundation. That is always a good time. Then we're going to, and I forgot Friday night. I'm sorry. Friday night, I forgot. After Expedition with the Mysterious Peaks, Zach Clay is going to be doing his portion of the concert. He's not going to be available on Saturday, so he is going to be doing that musical thing Friday night. I forgot to mention that. Very important. Then Saturday, as I say, conversation with the scientists, Talisman Adventures finale, plus the big announcement, Star Wars one-shot with the scientists, and then we get the concert, the rest of the concert. Kilgore Trout and Chrono Wolf will be playing. That's going to be an awesome time. And then the community D&D folks with the Shadow Crew will be back to provide you with a lot of entertainment as we wrap up day 2 on Saturday night. Sunday, the aforementioned marathon session with D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. Very excited for that. That's going to be a great time. And then day 4, the final day of ArvCon, will be the premiere of Dune Imperium, Plans Within Plans, and it is going to feature that amazing cast of Darcy Little Badger, of Valerie Valdez, of Zach Clay, and of Brandon O'Brien, with Johnny Pittman as your GM. And in answer to Drew's question, this is the premiere of a campaign which is going to be running through the end of the year. So this is the premiere of a campaign. I like to do things big at ArvCon. I like to sort of lead off with big things and end with big things. So we have a finale of a campaign. We have an opening of another campaign. So it's going to be really awesome. I cannot wait. It's going to be good times. That, however, is going to do it for me for today. And because we had a solid turnout tonight, we are going to do a raid. Also wanted to mention, thank you for those of you supporting the shorts on my channel. Please do see those, like those, spread the word about the shorts on my channel, and also the shorts and long videos on Zach Clay's and my Gen GM's channel, which has also been doing quite well with shorts and getting more attention to our long video content, all thanks to Live Suing, who's doing amazing work with that video stuff. So please, please, please spread the word about Gen GM's and about my channel on YouTube, and check out those shorts too, because that really is helpful as well. And thank you to those of you who have done so far. Okay, now, again, if you are not a sub, you're going to do this when you are brought over automatically. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch Raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this: Arvany Hype, the Arvanauts have landed, Arvany Roar, Arvany Witch, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, Arvany Woe, Arvany Crit Hit, Arvany Ha, Arvany Yay, Arvany Smug, all the Arvanys, when you are brought over automatically to the place that we are going to raid at the end of this upcoming video. I want to thank my amazing mods who are the best in the business. Thanks to Drew the Damager, thanks to to Emily the Invincible. Congratulations again, Emily, on that boost from Scott Lynch for Athos. Thanks to Prince Justin. Thank you to Triffany Metz, and thank you to the Rising Tides. Thank you so much as well to my Patreon supporters and subscribers, Drew, Emily, Prince Justin, Triffid. Thank you to Marie Bilodeau, to Trendane, and to Zed Proxy. Thank you as well to my viewers. Thank you to Betrader. Thank you to Dragon Spear, who is lurking in the background. Thank you to Gon Eden. Thank you to Jagtress, to Light and Passion, Mrs. Dunsel Nonstop, Radio Johnny Panda. Thank you to Sin Guy. Thank you to Thordex Mommy. Good to see you, Thordex Mommy. And special thanks today to my wonderful Infinity and Beyond crew. Thank you so much to Tren. Thank you to Marie. Thank you to Brandon. Thank you to Jen. And thank you to John for all of the amazing work tonight. Stick around for the raid. I will see you folks Tuesday as we move into the week before ArvCon. Mark your calendars for ArvCon, and I'll see you Tuesday at noon Eastern for Fighting Fantasy Gamebook illustration awesomeness. And much love. Stick around for the raid, everyone. And everyone, as I always say, be good to each other. Have a good night. Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams have grown more troubled, the sight of her future grown more dim, but whose skill in battle, wisdom in counsel, and love for her sister and the Citadel has grown even stronger. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory, with knowledge of what he did for the last war, and what he can or must do for the next one. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, even as the threats they face grow stronger and stranger, and even if she herself can't know where the next path might lead. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. Now he's gone all in to save his friends. But will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, and started to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the Nation of Thrain. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief somehow tied into the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Erulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to take down the repurposed Conclave outpost, repel a war-forged invasion, and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress, Razorcrag. They found an elemental forge of great power and rescued both hostages from Salvation and the maker of the Oracle of War himself. But the cost, and Braelish soldiers and the mighty floating fortress Argoth, taken by the Lord of Blades himself, was high. Now the King's Citadel must widen their world, traveling to the neighboring countries of Karnath, Thrain, and beyond. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, and neutralized Razorcrag. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, unmask the Emerald Claw, and stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world beyond Salvation.